everybody, it's me, Elise. I feel like I just did this, which I guess I did because it was on Thursday. Hello everybody. Hopefully you can hear me this time since Thursday I did not click the button to unmute myself. Hey, my name is Elise. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I am running the game today of the Beast. And with me are my wonderful players. Let's go around and do our introductions. You will have a chance in game to introduce your characters more fully, but feel free to give the name and pronouns of your character as well as yourself. And we will start with Debbie.
Yikes. Hello, everybody. My name is Debbie. My pronouns are she, her, and hers, and I today will be playing Grey Bills. His pronouns are he, him, and his, and you can just take a guess as to who that character is as we get going. I'm going to pass directly down to Monty.
Oh no, me. Hi. It's 6 a.m. here, just to let you guys know. I'm Monty. I use they, them pronouns. And I'm going to be Betty Blumenfeld. I totally forgot the name. Completely just left my brain.
You nailed it.
Betty Blumenfeld, who uses she, her pronouns, and is a middle-aged mum. I'm gonna go that way to Joel, I think.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, it is me, I think.
Okay, good.
I'm assuming that's the right way, because things are flipped. Weird. Hi, I'm Joel, he, him, his. Today I'll be playing Rick Morris, he, him, his. And I'll be passing it that certain person.
You can't speak my name.
It's Rachel. Yes, I can't speak your name.
Surprise!
Do not speak my name. Hi, I am Rachel. I use she, her, hers pronouns, and I will be playing the esteemed Dr. Jonathan Banks, who uses he, him, his. And I'm going to finally go up to Emma.
Hi, I'm Emma. I use she, her, hers pronouns, and today, even though I'm like just north of Monty, it's only 5 o'clock in the morning because Australia's ridiculous. But today I'm playing Donna Black, and she also uses she, her pronouns.
All right, thank you. Would anyone? Thank you for the compliment on my bow. Appreciate it. I did have a small breakdown about whether or not I would wear the bow. So I appreciate I appreciate the compliment. Would anyone like to read Chelsea's poem for today?
I
I
gladly will.
cannot see the chat, so I can't read it.
I'll read Chelsea's poem.
Okay, go for it.
A crisp chill in the air means spooky season is upon us where thrills never cease. Time to unite facing fright to hunt down a beast. Guided by the spectacular monster master Elise so dreamy, chaos and ghoulish delight await this fantastic team. Biggest for the one-shot kickoff of this year's Goataween. Much love, Beast Crew. You are heard and seen.
Yay! Thank you, Chelsea.
Beautiful.
Aw, love the poems as always. And yes, very excited to kick off Goataween 2021. So cool. And we are playing The Beast by Grant Howitt and Christopher Taylor. However, we're playing a heavily modded version of it where I basically took the idea and basic mechanics and then said we're screwing with a lot of this and changing it. So just so you know, if you've happened to have read the rules before and you're like, hey, that's not how it's supposed to go, I just want you to be aware that we're just kind of taking the skeleton. Yes. Oh, I do want to take a minute to talk about the overlays, but we'll get there. Yes, to acknowledge that we have changed quite a bit from that, but we'll still be using the basic mechanics of the way the roles and everything works, which we will cover. I don't think we're going to go through like teaching the audience how exactly we're playing, but when we get to our first role, we'll do a brief overview of what that mechanic is. And for the overlay, I just I am very excited about the overlays. First of all, these little pumpkins, these little jack-o'-lanterns. Galway, what is this? So cute. I can't handle how adorable those are. So thank you for this amazing overlay. Everything about it is so great, and also there are so many overlay surprises. So just hold on to your horses because we're gonna see more things as we go. But I don't want to spoil all the surprise. So just a little teaser to know that there are more overlay surprises on the way. Yeah, okay. Also, hey, we're Helpful Goat. We do this Halloween thing because we love Halloween. You can hang out with us during Halloween or any other time. In the Discord, if you use !Discord to find out more about our community, and join us because we're a pretty cool group of people who just like to play games and hang out and be supportive and nice, which is kind of hard to find on the internet sometimes. So join us. You can also do other things in the chat. What other chat commands do we have?
Press the
Merch?
button.
We have press the button, which we're not doing today unless someone else wants to do it. I've officially let go of my need to desperately hold on to control of push the button, and it is now released into the wild with the end of tier Moontree Isle. So anybody can push the button. However, we do have !Munch or Nurch will not get you there, but !Merch will, and you can see all the cool things in our merch store, including featured artists, which is currently Chelsea, and you can support artists in our community. We do also have !Donate, where you can find out about causes near and dear to our heart that we are highlighting, hoping that folks might be able to spare time, money, effort, etc. to those causes. I think currently we are supporting Hope for Haiti in the wake of the natural disasters series of natural disasters and pandemic hits that Haiti has taken. And last but not least, !Coffee, KO-FI. If you want to support what we do here, you can send us a coffee. And we love that. Cool. Is that everything? We're playing more Goataween games and also other games, including Monday. Rachel is GMing Goats of Saltmarsh at 7 Mountain Time. And
Oh
then
man, should I make it a Halloween go to Saltmarsh? Oh jeez.
you probably should.
Oh, that would be fun.
Now you're
Remember,
stuck.
I had to do the Christmas one with like a day's notice. So it's fun.
Well,
Figure
you've
it
got
out.
3 days notice this time.
There we
so
go.
we
Maybe I'll
expect
figure
Do
so
it this
much.
Monday. You could do it 2 weeks from then.
It's !KO-FI or hyphen FI, just so you know. I think someone in the chat was asking. Yes, we do also have Spire on Thursday, most likely. That's me GMing that one. And then Goataween continues with Rachel GMing Tricks and Treats on Friday. And then Sam with Monster of the Week on Saturday. So all sorts of cool upcoming stuff. Okay, that was a lot. Are we missing anything before we start the game today, friends? Anything, players, that I have forgotten in my pre-game rush? Hey, well then I'm going to play some music, which means that maybe some people will get to hear it because Roll20 music is so confusing. However, players and stream, brace yourself because I'm gonna push the button on the music and we never know what that means in terms of how loud it's going to be in the output for you all at home. I'll turn the master volume level down a bit so that hopefully I won't blast anyone's eardrums. And yeah, people on stream, just tell me if things are ridiculously loud. Okay. All right. Can y'all hear the music, players? And you know that you have a volume slider yourselves, so you can change that as needed. All right, players, I would like you all to take a moment to imagine your character, be at peace with your character. When your character is happy, when they go to their happy place, where do they go? What do they see? What's a good day? Maybe they remember some day in the past that was just a really great day. Maybe they imagine a better day to come in the future, an escape or something better to come. But what do they think about? What do they see? And I'm going to ask you each to give us a little narration of perhaps in that kind of dreamlike happy place. What are they seeing? What is the scene? And while you do that, you can also introduce your character a little bit. What should we know about them? What are they like? What do they look like? Anything you would like to do that. And we're going to start with Monty. What does Mrs. Betty Bloomingfeld see in her happy place?
Why? Why would you do that?
Why would I do this
Please?
to you?
You
Why would
never
you do
start
that
with
to
Monty.
Why would you start with me?
I can come back to you if you want.
No, you've already said it. So
This is not Monty's happy place.
no, going first and going last are the worst possible things. Okay. Betty Blumenfeld is a short, round, middle-aged woman. Yes, Monty do panic. Chat. And I think I was really struggling with her happy place. I think it is a beach at sunset, completely and utterly alone. Like, not a single soul in sight, just completely alone, listening to the waves, watching the sunset. That's her happy place.
Okay, thank you. Joel, tell us about Rick and Rick's happy place.
Sure. Rick Morris is a 5'11", well-built man in his early 30s, with tousled ginger hair, freckles, and squared glasses. His day job is an EMT, EMS. Joel doesn't remember the difference between them. This is fine, going fine. For his personality, he's a whimsical individual who's just constantly joking around when he's had enough caffeine. His happy place, pretty much any time off of work. Sitting at home, playing Overwatch, let's say.
Okay.
Nerd.
Nerd. No.
Yes,
That's not a
nerd.
thing Rachel or I do ever. What? Joel, thank you. Rachel, what is Dr. Jonathan Banks like, and what is his happy place like?
So Dr. Jonathan Banks, he is tall and, lean but muscular, very handsome chiseled face, glasses, kind of nice, like, poofed sandy blonde hair, big, like, too white smile, where he probably has veneers. And he is married to a nice, short, thin, blonde wife, and has two, a boy and a girl, lovely blonde children. And his happy place is being at home while his family is also there, while his wife makes, dinner in the kitchen and the kids are outside playing, and he is out in the back shed with a random woman.
Okay.
Just having a nice time. That's his happy place. He's a great guy.
Oh, thanks, Sarah. Hello. Thank you, Rachel. What is Donna Black like, and what is her happy place like?
So Donna Black is about 5'10", skinny to the verge of being really quite unattractive. Just looks like she needs a really good feed. Quite bony, and these days quite gaunt and pale, with ridiculously dry frizzy hair due to years and years of backcombing and overperming. And her happy place is backstage in an arena, wearing 6-inch stiletto boots and ridiculously tight latex and leopard print, listening to the sounds of the crowd just before she goes on stage at what was to be the last big concert she ever got to perform before her career took a massive nosedive in about 1989.
Thank you, Emma. And Debbie, what is Greer Bill's like, and what is his happy place like?
Grey Bills is tall, probably 6 foot something. Anyone over 6 foot to me is tall because I'm so small. Very healthy, like leanly muscular, short cropped dark hair. Just kind of, average kind of ex-army looking dude. Happy place would be probably somewhere in like northern Siberia. Either like, I don't know, chasing a deer to kill, or swimming across a frozen river, or foraging for mushrooms somewhere. Just generally like outdoorsmaning. I think that's a word now.
It is now. Yes, thank you everyone for describing these pleasant, happy place dreams that all of you, your characters are currently kind of existing in, right before these scenes that you painted start to spoil. Betty, as you turn a bit, you see on this deserted beach, beautiful, empty, where you've been enjoying just the lovely sound of the ocean coming in and out, this moment of peace. Watching you behind you with reproach are your children. Your oldest is holding the youngest in their arms, and the youngest is wailing. And when you reach for the little one, the older child twists their body away, glaring accusingly at you. They will not let you hurt their baby sibling again. And the weather around you worsens with each howl of the little one's cries, and their cries are the storm. You press your hands to your ears, sure that if you could just comfort the child, this would settle. But the older children are standing in your way, and they glare, and their eyes are boring into you. And you look around for any help, but you can't find any. And you don't see anyone because it's empty here except for these children. And instead, standing behind you when you turn again, as the sound of this child screaming is just piercing into your skull, you see a door standing free, untouched by the sudden storm. Go through it?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I want to get away from this sound.
Yep. Betty, straight through the door. Rick, you are playing Overwatch at home and on your work phone, where you have it set to do not disturb because you are off, but you do allow a few calls to come through. You have a few special people from the hospital who can get through to you, even when you have do not disturb set. And it's a trauma nurse from your hospital, and this is someone you've known for many years now, and she's a good friend. Her name is Maritza, and she's panicking. She's like, Rick, do you have any extra supplies of morphine on your bus? How are we out? Rick, I need your help. If the supervisors find out that we mismanaged our inventory this badly, I'm going to lose my job. And in the way that dream logic works, you're sucked from that nice home environment of getting to just zone out and play games into the ER, busier than you've ever seen it. And patients everywhere around you, injured, in pain, groaning, and they can't be relieved from that pain. And the nurses are making all kinds of excuses as they look for any medication that they can find, but there's none to be found. And one by one, patients, nurses stop in their movements, and they turn accusing glares onto you. And Maritza stands in front of you as police start to bust through the doors, investigating the storerooms. And she's still holding her phone to her ear, but she slowly drops it and looks completely heartbroken as she asks you, really? But why? And everybody stops in their tracks to stare at you, and you turn looking for any escape, and again, freestanding in the middle of this ER, a door. You go through it?
Yes.
Jonathan, you're at home, and you're in your happy place, in this shed. And in your shed, I think you have
That's
a pretty...
what I call her. No, I'm sorry.
Oh my god. You turn, you have kind of a nice, like, I presume, given the kind of Stepford Wives feel to Jonathan's perfect little life, that his shed is like a glamping style shed, right? This is a beautiful, high-tech Okay. And you're kind of enjoying the moment with this other woman, and you are together, kind of sitting together, and idly you turn on the TV that you do have strung up in your shed, because of course you do, and find on the news that another public figure, politician, has been canceled in the Me Too movement. And you close your eyes to kind of clear your head from this as you try to flip the channel, and see just non-disclosure agreements dancing on the inside of your eyelids. You tell yourself it's not the same, because it isn't, right? It's not the same. And this fear has dogged you for years, and when you open your eyes, it isn't some other public figure being canceled, it's you. And you see every single face of every single woman that you forced into these non-disclosure agreements. And you see it when they look through the screen and they see you. And one of them, from inside the television screen, busts her hand through the screen and starts to pull herself out of it. And as other women start to follow, one by one, coming through the screen to get to you, you turn around, the door to the shed is there. Do you go through?
Well, first,
Uh-huh.
I shove the woman that I'm with in front of
Of
me
course.
towards the people that are coming
Naturally.
out of the screen.
Naturally.
Why wouldn't you?
And then I scramble on hands and knees towards the door,
Okay.
looking back over my shoulder, terrified.
Yeah, and as you go through the door, we cut to Donna. You look out, you kind of peek through the curtain, as people are, the opener has gotten the crowd just so wild and riled up and ready for you. People are chanting your name, they're chanting the name of the band. They can't wait for you to take the stage, and it's great. You just know in your heart of hearts this is going to be one of your best concerts, the height of your career. And in the crowd, as you're kind of scanning it, you scan it and your attention stops on the face of someone that you recognize. Someone who isn't moving with the crowd, someone who's not jumping and throwing their hands in the air and screaming for you. And it's a face that you recognize, someone still young, still healthy and vibrant. A face you see sometimes in your waking hours, but who doesn't look like this anymore. You feel your grip on the curtains start to slip, and people start to notice you, and fingers start to point at you as you keep your eyes trained on this person. And before your eyes, this groupie who caught your attention in the crowd begins to age too fast for his actual years. It's been years since this happened, but he looks older than his years now. His beard and his hair are grown out so messy. His clothing goes from fairly standard young rocker kind of clothing to ill-fitting, dirty secondhand garments. And the whole crowd looks between you and him and turns back to you with kind of confused betrayal on their face. And as this person just watches you. And when you turn back, you close the curtains really fast and turn around. And around you, your band is getting ready as if nothing's going on. And backstage, there's a single door, freestanding like the others. Do you go through?
I pull out a packet of cigarettes from the pocket of my trousers, and I run through the door, trying with my hand shaking, pulling out a cigarette to light a cigarette, and I run through that door.
All right. And Greer, it's middle of a pretty peaceful day in the middle of nowhere, Siberia, which is why it's so weird for someone to be calling your name. And at first you're like, man, a fan found me all the way out here in Siberia? That's pretty uncommon. But you turn, kind of got your charming smile on, ready to take a selfie and be done with it. And instead you see a face, and it takes you a second to place it because you've seen it, but only in like a small profile picture on social media before. But you've seen it a lot because this, of all the people who you have had to pay off and charm into silence over the years, this is the one person who never gave up and never accepted a deal. This is the sister of a young man who went missing in the jungle, and she has tenaciously posted about you being a fraud on social media every single day, and she's pieced together every detail that didn't make sense from your production dates and schedules and any information she can find about your show. She has never stopped tweeting at you about her missing brother, never stops trying to get you to admit that you have responsibility, and now she's found you even here, all the way in Siberia. And as she starts to run towards you, angrily holding papers as if to prove to you that she has the proof, she knows you're responsible, you turn around and standing on the ice behind you, that same door, go through.
Yeah, but can I grab her and like drag her with me in a headlock?
Yeah, you can. Let's go ahead and have this be our first roll of the night
Oh,
because she does
shoot.
not want to go with you. So you can roll. So the way that this works for everybody who doesn't know is each player character has a set of skills and a background that applies to what actions they might take. So you get a much like Inspire, you get a base D10, and then if you have a relevant skill, you get another D10, and then if you have if it applies to your background in some way, you get an additional D10. So Greer, you have your base D10. Do you have a skill that is relevant?
Endure, investigate, shoot, or track. I don't think so.
Okay. And do you think your background is relevant?
Yes, I was in special services, so I'm probably good in a hand-to-hand fight.
Yes, I concur. So you get to roll 2d10, and this person is not particularly physically fit or trying to, be prepared to like grapple with somebody. That's not her business. So she'll roll 1d10 for an easy task. The higher sum will win. So my 1d10 versus your 2d10 total. Got a 6. I got a 2. That means you succeed. And you are able to, grab her and drag her as you go through this door. Interesting. All right. So, all of you...
That will bury her in the snow. I thought that was a reasonable option as well.
You're going to bury her in the snow. You just want to take
start
her
with murder immediately.
Yeah, just start with murder.
Mm-hmm.
Let me...
If I was in the army, I don't think I would be opposed to it.
Oh.
Okay, you come, all of you step out of the doors, some of you scrambling on hands and knees, some of you dragging people with you, many of you running from whatever horror, one of you with a shaking cigarette in hand, into a foggy, misty forest. And at your ankles, there's a gentle pull, tugging sensation, and you look down and see that you're standing in a very shallow, misty river. And this river seems impossibly wide. The trees are growing out of the river, not on its banks here, but it's very shallow, only inches deep. So you're standing easily. The tug is quite gentle. And before you, facing away from you, stands a young woman wearing kind of old-timey ranger gear, like leathers, very kind of beat up looking, but nice. She has long black hair, pale skin, and a mildly annoyed look on her face, and she turns to kind of see you. She puts her hands on her hips and she kind of, no wonder. So I guess it's coming for you then. Do what you have to. She looks kind of trying to gauge what time it is, and she's like, I'm on a schedule. And she's just kind of like very flippantly like whatever about you all appearing here.
So we're together now, we're not individuals
You
anymore.
are all together now, yes. You have staggered through your doors out into the same place here in this very gently tugging. Greer, you come through the door thinking you're holding on to something and finding, in fact, that nothing has gone with you through the door.
Such disappointment.
Food for the beast that I don't know about in character.
Am I dirty? Like we're in water or?
You're standing in this very, very shallow, very wide river. Like, it's supernaturally wide. No river in the world as you know it could be this wide. But you get the sense it's not a lake, it's a river because there's a current moving in one direction. Dirty? No, not. I mean, you are in what you were wearing. So what was what was Dr. Jonathan Banks wearing
Oh no.
in the shed with this woman?
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Well, he's probably just in like tidy whities then.
You are
But
in
he's
tidy
got those
whities?
like old timey, like he has socks and those like old timey like sock garters
Oh, good.
as well. So he's got some Argyle socks with some sock garters just up to under his knee, and he's in tidy whities. Because you know he keeps his socks on during sex.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay,
He's
but I'm
just
so
a joy.
Halloween. I have a black cat behind me
There
and
you
a
go.
skull behind me. Look how
Perfect.
Halloween I am. Sorry. So yeah, he's definitely like trying to smooth out his hair a bit, look around.
I guess I'm in a bikini.
Okay.
I
You're in a
was on the
bikini? You were on the
beach.
beach.
I was on, or a one. We'll go one piece.
Okay.
And a little sarong and maybe some flip flops.
Okay.
But yeah, that seems appropriate. Great. Didn't think about that.
Little did you know you were going to be yoinked from your happy place.
Little did I know.
Yeah, this woman standing in front of you again, this pale-skinned, dark hair. She kind of looks back at you, kind of raises her eyebrows and is like, I think those are yours. And she points up ahead of you. You can see kind of a rock sitting out of the river a bit. So it's dry on top, and it's kind of a large formation, and there are things sitting on it you can kind of see. And then she points over your shoulder, and she's like, and in case you haven't noticed that yet, you must have just gotten here, huh? And she points over your shoulders. And if you turn to look, you will see behind you, it's dark-ish. It's like kind of dim light in here, filtered through the trees. It's not super bright, but you can see pretty well. And behind you, quite a bit away still, is just blackness that seems to be slowly moving towards you. It's like, as far as the eye can see, horizon style, just blackness moving towards you. And she's like, so just thought you might want to know that it's coming for you.
You seem to be in charge here. Why are we here? Is there
Yeah,
somebody above you that we can speak to about getting out of here?
Is this purgatory?
You're
What
gonna
is happening?
I hate it when you're like this. She kind of turns around, away from you.
Most people don't say that when they see me, thank you.
She's like,
And I
you
give
know,
a little bit of gun show.
Ugh.
she doesn't even look. She starts walking away a little bit, and you see a hand kind of reach up towards her out of the river. It's like a cold, kind of clammy, like waterlogged hand, and she just kicks it really, and it just like pulls back. And she's like, you probably just want to start moving. I don't know, or do whatever you want. And she's like, she's going.
I want to go over to the rock that she pointed at with all the supplies on and get my resources and get dry and get water.
Okay. Yeah, you
This
get
is
there.
what I'm made for.
Yeah. You get over there. You see on here, there are 5 things. There are binoculars. There's a bag from a souvenir store. There's camping cooking gear. There's a rock climbing harness and rope. And there's a sewing kit complete with like fabric straps and everything you'd need to kind of make something small.
Does the camping cooking gear have a water skin?
You open up the bag and kind of look in there, and there's a small, like, probably packed for like a day, water bottle in there.
Well, I will grab that. And I'm assuming that the idea of there being 5 items, Elise, is that you want each of us to have one. But if no one else has swum over here as fast as me, I will happily grab them all and then tell everybody how we're going to survive in this river with the wet hands.
I guess that's up to the other players.
Oh yeah, I absolutely did not make a move to get anything to prepare. I'm watching the woman that was talking to us walk away, and I'm considering whether or not I want to follow her.
Okay.
Donna is sinking, I think, slowly into the mud because she's wearing like 6-inch stiletto
Hmm.
thigh-high boots, which would be good for wading in a river, apart from the spiky bits. So she's like shivering like this with a cigarette. So she's going to sidle over towards Grey Bills because like he's buff and toned and looks like he might be somebody to latch onto in this scenario, because she's way out of her depth. So she's just going to sort of sidle over to him in a survival help me kind of way.
Yeah, I feel like Rick has kind of walked halfway in between Greer and the people who haven't moved yet, and it's just looking around. Purgatory? Hell? Both? Hunger Games?
Well, I did a television program once where we were dropped off in the middle of the wilderness and we had to find our way back to civilization. I assume this is something similar. Perhaps we were all slipped some kind of psychotic.
I sign a
let's
waiver
just
for
get
that.
Let's just
Do I
gather
know
up
you?
the equipment, and you may know me. I'm on television occasionally. Grey Bills, lovely to meet you.
I only watch sports.
I think I've seen like one or two
I mean,
episodes. Yeah,
surviving in the wild is sometimes a sport. It's very athletic.
And he just smiles at you.
So I suggest we gather up the equipment and we find.
Where's the camera person then? Is there a camera person around? I didn't
Sometimes
sign
we
a
don't
waiver,
see
so
them.
I don't feel like this is legal.
Well, you can sort that out after we survive, or you can stay here and get pulled in by one of those wet hands. Your choice,
sorry, what?
underpants guy.
I
As Greer
wasn't paying
says, you can
attention.
get
Did you
pulled
say
in
wet hands?
by the wet hands. You, Jonathan, you do feel something kind of grab at your ankle, having not moved from where you are. Has anyone else? I know Donna moved over to where Greer is. Did Betty or Rick also move?
Sure. Sorry, I had to do something real
That's
quick.
okay, you're fine.
Yeah. I probably would have. Sure.
Okay, your flip-flops do 100% just get like so stuck in the mud under this river, like squelch. Like it is hard to move. It is actively worse to move in flip-flops. Rick, did you move or did you stay with Jonathan?
Yeah, Rick is slowly moving over this.
Nobody stayed with
Okay.
me.
Yeah, so Jonathan, you
No.
standing there feel like a hand crawl kind of up your ankle, and just very cold and very waterlogged start grabbing you, and you feel it start to tug at you. And yeah.
Jonathan is going to... Oh, geez. Sorry. Rachel just almost threw up in her mouth. It's fine. Jonathan is going to
Probably Jonathan did too.
scream in a high-pitched child's voice.
Mhm.
Just like, ah! My thing
Excellent.
cut out. I know it doesn't.
It did. It
track
did cut out a little. We got the beginning, and then it
Nice,
just
nice.
was gone.
And is going to try and just run for Greer Bills.
Okay. You can roll because this thing is trying to hold on to you.
It's very rude of it.
So I will need you to roll. You are trying to kind of like break this grasp and run. So you can roll your base D10, and then do you have a
I'm
skill?
a psychologist. My hobby is bird watching.
Not really a running sport.
And my skills are charm, deceive, threaten, and watch.
Yeah, so
Could I
you're gonna
be
roll.
watchful and I noticed this hand that I already said I didn't notice?
Nope. You can roll 1d10 against my 1d10. The higher roll will win.
Well, it was nice knowing you, everybody.
I rolled a 1.
Me too!
Well, that's
Remember
not
how
good
I said
for
I
you.
rolled bad? No, I know.
Wait, it
This
says
is
that
what I
you rolled a
expected,
6.
Elise.
Did you not roll a 6?
I did. It's doing the thing where it shows me a different die.
Oh, we're using what's in the... I didn't even see your die roll, so we'll use what's in the Roll20
Oh,
log.
thank... Thank you,
So,
Wet Hands
just so everyone
Jesus.
knows at home, ties are in favor of the GM in this game. So that would have been bad for Rachel if we had both rolled ones. You do manage to kick this hand off of you and just beeline for Greer. Greer, you now have a group of ducklings who are scared and have seen fit
I'm not scared.
that you are going to be their leader, apparently.
Okay, so I'm
So-
gonna.
Oh yeah, I'm just
No, you
gonna
go.
pretend that I'm somehow in charge, but also follow everything that you do, or attempt to. So it's going to be like, all right, so we seem like we need a plan, and what do you think a good plan is?
Well, what is going on? First of all, we come out of nowhere, and I mean, I was on the beach. I don't know about you guys, but where are
Something
we?
just
How did we
grabbed
get
my
here?
feet from the water, so maybe we could just leave, and then we
Ugh.
could discuss it afterwards.
I scramble
This-
up on a rock.
This athletic
Underpants
fellow
guy has
seems
a
to
good
know
idea.
things. The name's Dr. Jonathan
Underpants
Banks.
guy. Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
know.
Mhm.
So there's some
Dr.
supplies
Underpants
here.
guy? Okay.
If I think we should just make sure that we take everything with us. So Underpants guy, you can have the binoculars. At least I can't remember what other things you listed. I'm so sorry, I didn't write
That's
them
okay.
down. There was a
I
climbing
have it.
harness and some rope. I'm
Yes.
taking the cooking supplies in the water.
A rock climbing harness and rope, the binoculars, a bag from a souvenir shop, and a sewing kit complete with fabric scraps.
The bag from the souvenir shop I'm giving to
I mean, me.
Oh.
I'll take that. I mean, I don't got any
no, I was
pockets
going to give
carry
it to
anything
Donna,
in.
Mrs. Betty Bloomingfield, whose name I don't know yet. I'm going to give you the fabric scraps because of the patriarchy. I think that's what you want. And
I don't know how to sew.
Oh, of course you do. Everybody does. And then
Excuse me.
climbing harness, I'll give
me,
to-
Buffman. Excuse me, Buffman.
Yes?
I'll have those needles. I'll have those
Okay.
Yeah,
needles.
well,
I made
Alright, you
swap.
this
can-
costume. I made this costume. I'll have those. Thank you.
and so I will
Okay,
throw
thanks.
at Joel's character the climbing harness and the rope. I'll be like, keep hold of that. We might need that. That's important.
Does anyone else do rock climbing? Because if not, that's kind of creepy.
No.
I
Nobody.
just.
I prefer to get my
I just lift
exercise in the gym.
my boot out to the mud and just show my heels and go, does it look like these heels climb rocks?
As all of
The only
you
rocks I do are the cocaine rocks.
are
Have you got
standing
any cocaine
here
rocks?
discussing these things, two things happen. One, you start to hear a sound. Have you ever heard the sound of like when ice in the Arctic or Antarctic or wherever there's like lots of ice on top of water starts to like crack and crumble against other ice, and it makes that like loud shattering but constant like low-key rumbling shattering noise? It starts to sound a little bit like that but pretty distant, and if you turn and look, that blackness that is encroaching is getting quite a lot closer. Like it has doubled how close it is to you from where it was before, to the point where if you were to stand still for the same amount of time that you just stood still, you think it would catch up to you. Which, given the noise it's making, doesn't feel great. The other thing is hands start to reach up out of the water as you've stood here. And Greer and Donna, who have been here the longest, both of you feel hands grasp at your ankles and try to pull you into the water.
Oh, stage diving. I've not done this since 1988. I'm not sure I want to go in there. I really don't. And she's like dragging on this cigarette, which is like right the way down and burning her fingers.
Beautiful.
She's got these long nails. Just like,
Alright, has somebody been grabbed by one, or is it just like?
Yeah, both Greer and Donna are
fine.
now actively being like hands of multiple of these creatures now are like starting to pull up. And if anyone wants to look in the water and see, you can, or you
Nope.
can just stand
I
there.
just want to smack the hands away and then say, like, out of the water, quick, out of the water, move away from the darkness. We're going up the hill. We're going to move quickly and together.
Yes, we're moving out of the water, up the hill, away from the darkness.
Okay, both Donna and
I love you,
Greer
And Debbie.
are yes, and Debbie. Personally, Debbie is being accosted by water zombies. No, Greer and Donna, I'm going to need you to roll to get away from these creatures that are attempting to hold you down. And you, yes,
I'm gonna
can
take off a flip flop and try and like start beating at the ones around Donna.
Beautiful.
You
Okay.
get away from her!
Donna, you can take an extra D10 thanks to Betty's help.
I'm going to try kicking at them with my giant stilettos.
Excellent.
And I'm used to sort of enduring the leering hands of fans trying
Yeah.
to rush up onto the stage and grab me
All
while
right.
performing. So can I have 2d10?
That
You can let
would
me have 3.
that would make it 3 with the help of Betty. So
Oh,
you
yeah.
may, and I will roll 1 D10 contesting it. You have to beat a 4, which is pretty easy to do. 15, easy. Donna gets away. Greer.
Can I use the same thing that I said before? Like I'd be pretty handy in a fight. Like I could kick a wet hand relatively. Would that give me 2?
Yes.
Kick a wet
Gotta
hand.
beat a 9.
Ooh.
14. Very nicely done. All of you are currently, and you see, like, there's a lot of these creatures now in the water. Some of them are kind of further out, but they're moving towards you. They are cognizant of your presence in the water. You do say up a hill, but there is noticeably not much hill around here. It is flat and forested. There are some like rocks and things. You could get out of the water if you climbed something, but if you climbed something, you couldn't move forward because you would be stuck. Kind of, there's not enough up space out of the water, so you will have to move through the water to go forward, Greer. So your plan of like going up a hill to get out of the water wouldn't really get you out of water, if that makes sense. But there is a direction to go because there's the thing behind you and there's the current, and the thing behind you is moving in the same direction as the current.
Okay, but we can't get up the banks of the river.
There are no banks here. It is, as far as you can see, just like the blackness
It's
behind
just
you.
wet.
It's just current, moving
all
water
wet.
and fog. Yes, it is an impossibly
Maximum
wide river.
wet.
Yes.
I hate
But
it.
again,
We
very
can
shallow.
walk in it.
You can
Okay,
walk in it.
yeah.
You have been walking
All right,
in it.
then we'll walk ASAP as fast as our stilettos will carry us.
Yes. So you start moving forward. These creatures are everywhere in the water, and as you start going, the water gets a little deeper. It's not very deep still, as you're not in any like danger from that. But as you go, you see that a lot of these creatures that before were kind of like crawling in the water because it was so deep are now, it's getting deep enough that they're floating. And they are just slowly like bodies just floating down this river and still kind of like moving like little creepy boat things towards you to try and like pull you down to like go with them. But as it gets deeper, you do notice that now you can start to see on one side a bank to this river. So it seems that something is narrowing, and that's what's causing the water to get deeper. So you could get up on a bank at this point.
I would certainly suggest that we get dry, because otherwise, if we're wet, we're more likely to get cold and infections and trench foot. I don't know. I'm not actually a survivalist, so pretending to be one is tricky. But yeah, out of the water, up the bank.
To grandmother's house we go.
Yeah, to grandmother's house.
Okay. Yeah, so all of you out of the river. The darkness is moving at about the same pace you are now. So it's not gaining on you, but you have not left it behind, and it is absolutely still coming after you. And you remember that the woman said it's coming for you before she kind of disappeared and was not pursued by Jonathan, who was attacked by zombies instead.
Underpants guy, you've got binoculars.
Yes, I'm
What's
very good
following
with
us?
them.
Yeah, well, take a look. What's following us? Don't trip
Right.
over while you're looking.
I would never. I turn around and take a look. With
Can
my
I try and trip him up?
binoculars.
At the darkness? You're looking at the
Yes,
darkness,
but did
right?
you hear that Debbie said that she's also going to try and trip me up?
Are
while
you
I'm
actually,
looking, so-
Debbie, trying to do that? Oh, okay.
No,
I was like, you can
sorry.
roll for it. I'd love to see this contested roll. Yeah, you
I'm here for Debbie and I.
Rachel rolls a 1.
you take a pause for Jonathan to kind of train his binoculars on the darkness. What you can make out, it's very hard because it is just like a lot of blackness behind you, and that's not very easy to make out details among. However, there is something that seems to be kind of at like just in front of the blackness. Also very dark. It is a figure, some sort of creature or thing that is leading the darkness. The wall of darkness has no defining features. It is oblivion. And the thing in front of it, as it moves, the darkness behind it moves like a half inch behind it, right on its heels, just coming behind it. So you get the feeling that this creature thing is there. And if you were to like, you try taking like a few steps to the left away from the river, and the creature that is pursuing you remains in the center of your binocular vision. It is like directly behind you, even when you take a few steps around either way. It seems like lateral movement does not change whether or not this thing is like in a line behind you.
So there's a terrifying creature that seems to control the darkness and not have a specific place in which he exists that is chasing us. And I think that maybe we should move, because I don't want to meet it.
Seems reasonable.
What do you mean, creature?
I'm sorry, are you...
What are you talking about?
Are you dumb? Should I use a different word?
Hey!
Well,
I
you
hit
could
him with
describe
my
it
flip
a
flop.
bit more. Creatures breathing.
Um,
Don't give me this shit! And I hit him over the head with a
Beautiful.
flip flop.
with a muddy, gross, mucky flip-flop.
Yeah.
The noise that you all are making as this little commotion happens seems to have drawn the attention of something. The creatures in the river are still floating, but you are up on the bank. Many of them have gathered and are trying to kind of like, as much as they can, they seem to be stuck laying down. They cannot stand up and get out of this river. So as much as they can, they're like clawing at the banks of the river to like stop next to you. So there is now a logger jam of these things in the river, kind of all next to where you have stopped while Jonathan is looking. And out in the forest around you to the side, not in the river, but the other side, you hear very faint, quiet sounds, twigs breaking, leaves rustling in a way that makes it sound like something else is coming from your flank position.
We should move. Maybe we should move. I like the idea of moving.
I want to look at the logger jam of creatures and see what they are based on my knowledge of stuff that's good to eat in a pinch.
Yeah. You can roll for this to see what information you can glean. Go ahead and roll. I'd say your background is definitely relevant. Do you have a skill that's relevant? Can't hear you.
Tracking? Is that what I'm doing?
It's really more of an investigation, so I'm gonna go with no.
Oh, I
You can
have
roll...
investigate.
Okay, well then you can roll 3d10 against their 1.
Cool.
You have to beat a 2, so you're guaranteed
shit.
to, even if you rolled all 3 ones, you're guaranteed to win, so. It was a bad roll. It was a 6. You could have lost to my 1d10, but alas, I rolled badly.
Wow, that's real bad, Debbie.
Yeah, when it comes
Too
to
much fun with
emergency rations, waterlogged human flesh sure does not sound great to you. These are people. These are dead people. The flesh is probably a little rotting on some of them, depending on how long they've been in the river. Some of them seem to have been in the shallower part of the river longer than others, and the ones who have been in the shallower part of the river longer than the others have like more of their flesh kind of rotted away, and the others, some of them seem to be going more peacefully, one might say, in the direction this river is flowing, and they are more intact, so you can see some of them are kind of much fresher. So like in terms of fresh things to eat, you know, you can ascertain which one would be the freshest to cook if you wanted to resort to cannibalism while the beast creature behind you is approaching and the one on your flank is coming too.
Nope, I just wanted to know what they are, and now that I know that they're not good, we're going to move away from them. So I agree with Mr. Underpants, and we're going to be moving. But if you want, I'm happy to crest the ridge first and see
No,
what it
no,
is.
I could do that. It's fine.
Oh, okay, go
I
on
ain't
then.
staying here. No.
Go and take a look and see what's coming. Those cracking twigs that you hear from the forest, that could be a bear.
Yeah, let's go in the opposite direction of that. That sounds
Into the
like a good
water?
plan. No,
With the rotting corpses. Mm-hmm.
no.
Up.
I'm just gonna walk up
Along the
ridge.
bank of the river. Is that what's happening? Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
sorry.
good idea.
Rick. Yeah, so you all make your way along the bank of the river. From the sides, you continue to hear something from behind, that crackling noise as whatever this creature is pursues. In your pause, it has gotten much closer. With the naked eye now, you can easily make out that creature thing at the front of it. This kind of large, kind of humanoid figure, but is wearing something that would kind of cloak its shape well. And again, it is just there following. Just kind of a smooth movement. There's no real steps to its movement. And behind it, again, that kind of blackness, wall of oblivion. And as you kind of continue your way forward, you get up to the front, or as you keep moving, the river keeps narrowing. So to the point where now you can see the other side of the bank, and the water is moving much faster. The things in the water can no longer hold on to the sides because the river is moving too fast. So they are just going now. And you see a waterfall across up at the front, and the waterfall goes down a cliff, but the cliffside is also going up in front of you. So it is like a gap in the cliff for the water to run, but like vertically above and below, it's just wall now. And as you approach, you can see up the cliffside. Set into the cliff is a door, not unlike the one that you came through not so long ago.
Oh, we should go in that, and maybe it'll take us all back home. Right? Because I came through a door like this, so I think my home is probably through there.
All right, Underpants guy, through the door.
It is too high.
Exactly.
Dr. Jonathan Banks?
This is super high up, right?
This is up the
We
cliff.
can't
Yes.
just like walk through. Yeah. How are we gonna get up there?
This one said he rock climbs, so
Yeah, and I've
Okay,
got.
so one of
let's
us can
count.
get up.
One
That's
harness. One.
so teach us how to do it in the next 2 minutes.
Preferably less.
I'm an excellent teacher at this. Does the rock climbing gear have, I don't know how to say the word, pitons?
Titans.
Titans.
Is that like what you would put into like,
Yeah,
like
the things you.
yes.
put into rock.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say he starts to. Joel knows nothing about rock climbing. Starts to rock climb and tries to verbally describe what he's doing as he's doing it.
Okay.
Ever
And you are
presently aware.
essentially like creating a path for the others to follow as you go.
Yes.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Yes, you can roll. What would you be able to? What's your relevant skill? Obviously, you have a background in rock climbing, so you have D10
yeah, my
from
background
that.
in rock climbing.
You have a base D10. Do you have a relevant skill?
I don't think any of my skills really. No, my skills don't really apply to rock climbing at all. Is
Okay.
ironic.
So you can
Here we
roll
go.
2d10, and I will also be rolling 2d10 because this is a difficult task.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
That
Oh,
is a
dang.
tie, 10 against 10. Ties go in the favor of the GM. So as you are climbing and talking, you are going and you hear from below you the sound of that creature, whatever has been pursuing on your flanks, start to get closer, and it distracts you long enough that you lose your footing, and you will essentially like fall back down, and you will take an injury from this. So you can roll endure, if you, which would be, I think, if you have the skill endure.
Yeah, I do have that.
Okay, so you can roll
That would be
2d10, and this is your very first injury, so it's against a one from me. Another tie, which is Joel.
Wow.
No, Joel, this injury is not good. It is enough of an injury, like as you scrape up your leg, and kind of it cuts into the flesh enough that you are not sure you will be able to continue climbing. For those who are following along at home, and/or for players, this does mean that there has to be player like party intervention to help Joel at this point to get him back in the game. Otherwise, Joel would be at the mercy of the beast without player intervention.
So is he on the ground now, or is he still up?
He's on the ground now. He has slid back down, and that's where he got the injury. And we'll say like the rope that you were able to place rope like up to maybe halfway up the cliff to the door. So that remains, but you were not able to get up.
Okay.
So Donna walks over to him and goes, I've had some bad injuries in my time. And she pops him a couple of white pills, and pulls them out of her bra and just pops him a couple of white pills. That should numb the pain a bit. And
Well,
nods.
numbing the pain is one thing, but we gotta stop the bleeding too, maybe? So I'm gonna get my sarong
Okay.
and
I've
wrap
got-
his leg up. I've
Okay.
seen much worse. I got 4 boys. Don't worry about it. I see this all the time. They've had much worse.
By the way, Rick takes your pills and just dry swallows them. Without water.
Doesn't even look and see what they are or wait.
Rick
ask
and
what they are.
Donna are old hats at this.
Betty, you can roll to kind of fix or heal here. I think you have the heal like skill, right?
I do. I have heal. I have 4 boys. I do a lot of healing. How do I do this?
So you roll 3d10, so you can either hover
Okay.
over the and then I will roll a d10 to contest. Oh yeah, you definitely win that one with a 17 against a 4.
Yeah.
So you are able, as Donna helps ease the pain, which is certainly going to help Rick get back into the game here. Betty also wraps up and stops the bleeding, gets a nice bandage out of her sarong onto Rick, and you now have the beast closing in on you and the cliff with halfway up rope to climb.
Right, what now?
All
I'm
right,
gonna- You know,
dust
everything
yourself
is
off and try again.
I'm sure I could try again.
No, I don't suggest that. I mean, he's fallen once.
Yeah, but he
I mean,
says he's good at this. You gotta trust the man.
No, I mean, a kid falls off the monkey bars once. You don't let him jump straight back on. You gotta give him a bit of a break first. Maybe Mr.
We have different views on children.
Bills.
Yeah.
Clearly, I look him up and down. Mr. Bills, you wouldn't be able to maybe give that a go. You seem strong.
Oh, but there's a rope path up that I can like follow now.
Yeah, the rope path gets you about halfway up, so that you can use thanks to Rick without having to like roll for that part essentially, and then once you get past it, it will be down to 1d10 to make it the rest of the way up.
I'll give it a red hot go.
Okay, and what are you rolling? You have your base d10. Do you have a relevant skill?
Endure, investigate, shoot, or track.
Yeah, but your background does, as you know, a survivalist, seem likely that you've done some climbing. So we'll say 2d10 against 1d10.
Okay.
I rolled a 9.
Don't roll like Rachel.
That's a 15. You get up
Nice.
the rest of the way. You can take the rope with you and kind of plant it in. Everybody else who wants to get up can go ahead and use the rope now to. Does anyone think
I'll
that
go
they would?
next.
Yep. With your socked feet up the thing. Donna, the shoes might have to go. I don't. You are looking at this climb
The
unless you.
shoes act as pitons themselves.
Yeah, no, the shoes are coming. The
Okay.
shoes are coming.
Fair.
Donna's watching Dr. Underpants climbing up and having a look at her fabric scraps to see whether or not she's got something that, could accessorize his pants at some point. But no, she has. No, she's not taking the shoes off. The shoes are going up.
You're going to
You don't
climb
have
in the
anything
shoes.
in there that maybe
I
I
have
could.
I
you
have
know, with
performed
the-
in these shoes for 10 years.
Mm.
I am 50.
Okay.
My Achilles tendons are this short.
Mhm.
If I take off these heels, I can't put my feet flat on the ground. They are an integral part of my leg.
Love it.
I'd be worse
like a
without
Barbie
them.
Love
doll.
it.
Totally.
That always freaks me out when I was a kid. The Barbies.
Well, their
like,
feet are
feet.
like
Oh yeah,
that.
the
Yeah.
feet.
Mhm, mhm.
Doesn't
Um,
seem right.
all
Can
right.
I help in any way by like leaning down and putting a hand out to like haul the last bit of the way up?
Yep, absolutely. In the interest of time and not
Sure.
wanting to punish for at things that have already been completed, we're going to go ahead and say that with the help of Rick at the bottom, kind of coaching people on the like, put your hand here, don't go for that, that's gonna slip, right? And Donna's extra pitons, is that what we're calling them?
Pitons. I looked it up on
I was
Google.
going to say
so-
there's 27
Piton.
pronunciations to choose from now.
That's fair.
That's why
Yeah,
I decided
Donna's
not to try
going-
to pronounce it.
Donna's
Um,
holding onto the rope and leaning backwards, so she's walking up almost like she's abseiling with her spiky feet,
yes,
Uh,
beautiful.
completely backwards.
Nice.
Betty, meanwhile, just goes barefoot because Betty's seen it
Yeah.
all, and if she can't do it barefoot,
Betty's
she
gotta go
can't do it at all.
barefoot. She
Aw.
she has not worked out in a very long time, complaining the whole way up.
I did go up second, and if we got to the door, I would go in it as soon as I got to it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Well, Jonathan goes straight through the door. As I would think Rick probably bringing up the caboose as the more experienced person. Rick will say you go ahead and pull up the rope as well, so you can stay, but you cannot retrieve the pitons unless you are grabbing them as you go, in which case you would have to roll again. So it's your choice.
I kind of think he would just leave.
Okay, you can take the rope, but you will have to leave the pitons now. And you all get to the top, and you are going to make it through to. As you step through the door, Jonathan goes first, and the rest of you follow.
I
to-
threw while they're still climbing up too. So like,
Yeah. Jonathan is the first one to
he's
make
not
it through.
waiting. He doesn't care about any of them.
There should
Sorry.
be a new. Okay, we're gonna have words though if we have to compare it to pecans because the correct pronunciation of pecan is pecan, not pecans.
It's true.
So
Peckins?
Yeah.
this is
Like a
Peckins?
peck and pie.
American Discourse 101.
Peckins.
How do you pronounce Pecan?
Pecan.
No.
Pecan.
No. As a
Pecan.
Texan, I refuse.
You're outvoted. You're
pecan
outvoted.
tree. The
You're
pecan
wrong,
tree
it's
is
pecan.
the state tree of Texas, and it is pecan.
Well, in Australia, it's pecan. So
Pecan.
You
Joel.
step through
Oh,
this
Joel,
door,
you said
Jonathan
pecan.
first, and the others quickly following into a crowded marketplace. And let me get through my notes. This marketplace is chaos. Visually and audibly, it is chaos. It is packed with people. I know visually you all are seeing an empty marketplace. You'll just have to use your imagination to fill in some people. And thanks again to Galway for making extra overlays for us. If you look at stream, the background has changed. Thanks, Galway. And this market is just packed with people. People are wearing masks here. You are the only people here not wearing masks. There are animal head masks, spirit masks, blank faces, theater masks. Vendors are selling all sorts of things, from completely normal things to completely unsavory things. Greer, who did the investigation on the dead bodies in the river, you do catch at least one vendor selling body parts that look suspiciously like maybe they came out of that river not so long ago. Just like, in like a meat market style. And people are just walking around and doing their kind of normal activities in the market. And no one is particularly paying much attention to you, though you do draw some attention. And if you kind of look around, and as you turn and look over your shoulder, you see familiar set back a little in the distance now, again from where it had been catching up to you. The Oblivion is approaching behind you again. It has followed you through the door.
Since I
is this
walked through
home?
since I walked
Dr.
through the door,
Underpants, this is home? Huh?
I'm through the door while you're still climbing, so don't even try me. I'm by myself in the marketplace first, and I'm going to walk up to the first vendor I see, and
Okay.
I'm going to ask, "Hi, can I get is there a way I can get a taxi to Los Angeles from here?"
Lots what?
Is this a different country, or where am I?
This person is kind of small, almost childlike, but not fully a child, and is wearing this kind of red floral mask. And they kind of like tilt their head, and their wares are just like tchotchkes. They're just like all sorts of little things. They look like maybe little toys, little goofy stuff that you might pick up from a market to like give a kid or something. And they kind of look around as if to try and like see if anyone else is like seeing this person who's just like asking them these questions.
Standing there in their underwear and socks.
Standing there in their underwear and socks, and looks back at you and is just like, I don't understand what you want from me.
Is there someone else who... I'll just walk down to the next stall. Hi, could you tell me where I am?
This person is much larger. They're wearing I would say a la Roadhog from from Overwatch, for our second Overwatch reference of the day. Like just like has actually like a pig head mask on, is bare chested, but more kind of like muscular. And this is a butcher stall here, and there are just tons of slabs of meat of all varieties and colors and types. And as you ask them that question, they turn to look at you and just grunt, and they're like, ugh. And they turn and they see the childlike vendor next to them who you've already spoken to, and they gesture at that person, and that person gestures back, and seem to be speaking maybe in like a sign language here, between them, that even if Jonathan Banks speaks ASL, which I have no idea if he does, or any other sign language, this would not be recognizable to him. And the little childlike
I mean,
vendor...
you obviously speak English well enough to understand me and talk back with me, so is this an English-speaking country?
The childlike vendor puts up a like a "be right back" sign on their stall and walks over to you, and grabs your wrist and like kind of pulls you away and is like, listen, if you don't want to kind of become the wares for that stall, then maybe stop bothering him. And as the child kind of says this, the door opens behind you and more of your companions follow into the marketplace.
Well, it ain't home, but it's much better.
Donna wanders up to Dr. Underpants and takes his other arm and goes, I don't really get what your gig is, but this one's too young, and just pulls him away.
No, he was going to help me. This is a strange
Yeah.
country.
I'm sure he was.
Yeah.
I'm sure he was.
Of course.
Do any of these market stalls sell knives or guns?
Yes, great question. You
Knife
look
guns?
around, you do see behind
blade.
you the creature, the blackness approaching. But as you take a minute to kind of assess the wares, you do see that there are quite a few things that might be useful to you here. There are old-timey kind of guns, like think more steampunk
Muskets.
than like muskets, like that kind of era, like and there are also some really nice like blade weapons available, as well as like cudgels and more kind of blunt instruments of beating and such. All of these things are on tables for sale. And in addition to that, if you're looking around for things, um, you also, well, is anyone else looking around for things? I think Greer was pretty dead set on weapons.
I would look at Donna and say, "So what's your story?" I mean, I wouldn't, but maybe if I were sufficiently drunk enough.
You could try, and you'd get one of these right through those. And she points at her stiletto boot and your tidy whities.
You notice that there's just a little bit of a change in the tidy whities. They're just a little bit tidier. I'm so sorry.
Ah.
So she goes, so Donna's like, she pulls out her fabric scraps and gets some sort of black leatherette and goes, I dig the socks and pants vibe. Would you like maybe a leather halter to like finish that costume off?
I mean, it is a little. It's a little uncomfortable not having anything else on. To be honest, I feel a bit exposed. So.
Well, okay. I could probably, whip you one up. I mean, it's a look, I guess. Not mine, but it's a look. She lights another cigarette.
Yeah, Donna, if you want to go ahead and start working on making Jonathan something to wear out of your scraps, because you don't have full access to lots of material and things, we'll say
no,
that.
it would be scraps. I'm going for like a thin band
Nice.
of leather that would kind of go over his horrible, slightly bloated man nipples, and a little sort of halter, kind of like a leatherette sort of
Beautiful.
bandeau thing.
Yeah.
Nice. It'll go with the whities and the socks.
Mhm. Yeah. You know what? Don't roll for it. There's no reason that you would get injured or madness out of this. So, yeah, you successfully, pretty quickly get to make Jonathan a little leather bandeau for covering his nips. Um, just a little more decent.
You awaken something new inside Jonathan.
Oh
Bless.
god, not again.
What are the Betty and Rick? What are you up to? Greer's looking for weapons. Donna and Jonathan are tied up, shall we say, with some leather. And Betty and Rick.
Betty would just be talking to Rick, or at him, I guess. He doesn't need to listen, but she's very happy to be out of whatever the fuck they were in before. So she's probably just walking around like, oh my god, this place is amazing. There's so many people. Look at these masks. Look at that one. Rick, like hitting him on the arm. Look at that one.
Yes, I see that mask. Yes.
Where can we get masks? Do you
All
think we
wearing
can
them.
get some? Do you see a stall with any masks?
Oh
Did they
my
take
God.
money here? I don't have any cash. Do you have any cash?
This
This-
is such
Oh my
middle-aged
God, on
mom
me.
energy.
This-
I can't take it.
This monologue has attracted the attention of the childlike vendor with the red floral mask, who had been talking to Jonathan, but is now like noping out of the situation with Donna and Jonathan, and hearing
Yep.
you, quickly like ducks back into their booth and takes down their like, I'll be right back sign, and is like, hello. And they're like, oh, I see that you were, they see your bag. that you're carrying a souvenir bag.
Oh, I
and
haven't even looked in the bag. What's
you
in the
haven't
bag?
looked in the bag. Yeah. You open up the bag and you see there is a small like coin purse, in the style of like
Ooh.
one of those like ones that you would get from a souvenir shop, right? It has like some destination like embroidered into it, and it's like
Aw,
cute and
cute.
sparkly. And there's also, let me think for a second.
Fridge magnets. There's always
Well, yeah,
fridge
there's
magnets.
definitely a couple fridge magnets. And there is one cheap plastic mask that is just kind of in the style of some of the people around here. One of the really basic ones. It's like really cheap plastic with like paint just like on it, but not sealed necessarily, of like blue like flowers and things. Just like
Oh, nice. And there's
directly on
only
the white.
one?
There's only one.
There's only one. Okay. I hit Rick again harder than is necessary. Rick, look! And I put on the mask. Look, we can look just like them. Isn't this amazing? Look at this. Oh, it's even got my color. And I get out the little coin purse. And look, we even got suspended money. Come on! And I drag him over to the little booth. You can hold the bags. And I give him the empty bag.
Rick is pretending to pay attention to this, but is also kind of looking around. Something that Rick could be looking out for is what money is being spent, if any. Like, what's being exchanged.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's not even sure that we're in real life anymore.
Right.
If he sees, like, them using, euros or something like that.
Yeah. Rick, you are watching for transactions occurring, and you see a few of these. You do see small coins. Like, they are not coins. They are not euros. They are not cents. They are some kind of gold, small gold coins like that have been stamped out, being exchanged. You also see, since this is kind of like what you are looking for, there's this shopper, a what appears to be a woman from what you can kind of tell, just in like just a kind of large voluptuous woman, flowing white robes, a golden lioness mask on, and as she's walking,
Ooh.
you see her coin purse fall to the ground. She does not clock it, but you do.
Hey, Betty, here, I want to show you something. Look at this cool mask over here.
Wait, I'll catch up. You go get your mask. I already got mine. Look.
Okay,
Isn't
alright.
it amazing? You go get your mask. I'll meet you back here. I just want to have a look at some of these things. Hey, you adorable.
He's
I'm
already
talking about
gone.
those. Yeah, I do not notice that he's gone.
Are you picking up the coin purse?
Yeah, I mean, he looks left, looks right, and assuming that no one else is really paying attention to him, he kind of just subtly picks it up and wanders back. Betty.
Okay. Greer, what have you been up to?
I found a average looking knife that I think will do the trick. On a stall where I can still see my teammates, colleagues, whatever you want to call them. And I am now going to attempt to barter with whoever the store holder is to take this nice pan or outdoor gas stove or something in exchange for the stabby stabs.
Okay. This person is wearing some sort of like insect mask. They're kind of hunched over, a little shorter, and when they speak, their voice is kind of rough and deep. And they hold up the knife that you're looking at, and they're like, this one's one of the best ones I got, just very typical like street vendor kind of stuff. You can roll against their, to persuade them to swap this with you. And it'll just be against 1d10. You have charm, right?
I do not.
Oh, you don't
But
have charm.
I would say that as a television presenter, perhaps I am naturally handsome and charming.
I don't think that you're in the right place for your television presenter. Nobody here would recognize you or be kind of like,
fair.
Plus, your
Motivated
face
by
is
that.
naked and gross. All these people are wearing masks, so.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant my face, Monty. I was like,
Everyone's wearing a mask, so we're naked.
Well, the truth about
Um,
Monty comes out.
No, you're all good.
Yeah, so this is just gonna be. I mean, like this guy wants to sell you something, but he's not sold on whether or not your offer for
stuff.
trade here is
Mhm.
sufficient. So that's why we're taking the roll. So it will be 1d10 versus 1d10. Go ahead, Debbie. An 8 versus a 6. Debbie wins. Congratulations. You are now the owner of a fine knife that
Nice.
yes, and as you acquire this knife, you look back in time to see Betty is just deep in conversation with this red floral masked tchotchke seller who is very interested in everything Betty has to say. Donna has created a nice little halter for Jonathan. Rick is looking a little shifty. And the darkness is pretty damn close.
So I wanted to, if I could, if my thing is done being made and my nipples are sufficiently covered,
Yeah.
but still perky. I want to go to the
Important.
child that
Uh-huh.
was nicer to me before
The one that
and
Betty's
kind
talking
of
to.
just lean on the stall
Okay.
and just say, "Hi, yes, excuse me. Do you notice the dark oblivion that's coming towards us with the creature in front of it? Is that a normal thing? Do we need to be running? Are you not afraid?"
The childlike vendor, it kind of like looks around, and the the tall, like buff vendor meat vendor next to this stall is watching you like a hawk. And as you say this, the red masked vendor kind of like looks up and like looks over their shoulder, directly into the oblivion that you are talking about, which is, as I said, getting closer, and you are actually watching it swallow stalls as it comes towards you. And this vendor is like, "You are just too weird. You're lost one glasses and whatever that was. I don't know." And you said
You don't see it?
a tacky. You wanted a tacky to Los Angeles, and now you're talking about Oblivion. And I
And
You
just
don't
worry
see the
about
darkness.
him. So deal with him in a minute. What do you got for sale? I got a little spending money. I'm gonna look in the little purse.
Mhm.
I'm gonna kind of elbow Dr. Underpants. I don't remember his real name now. Out of the way.
Is his real name?
Yeah. Dr. Underpants is going to immediately go find Greer Bills and just say, "We need to leave, right? Nobody else sees this is here. I'm going to go. I just thought perhaps
bye-bye.
you would also want to go."
You lead the way. We'll be right behind you.
I do want to remind players also that these are opportunities for you to learn things about the beast. And
Try to ask a question.
yeah, and but you have to kind of like intend, like,
They didn't even see it though.
yeah. So then we have to get to a point where you have to roll to figure something out, and when you do that, you get the weakness, right?
I legitimately, I'm not trying to be a dick. I don't know how asking about if they see it and know anything about it isn't a, like, if they don't, I don't really know how, like,
yeah.
I
So
would
I guess
then ask more because they seem to
it
be
will be
reacting.
helpful to me if in those, like, when you are intentionally digging for a weakness, you narrate to
Okay.
me out loud that you are digging for a weakness.
Okay,
right?
sorry, I didn't
Not
know.
just like
Okay.
asking
Yeah,
questions. Yeah.
I want to know if they know anything about the beast, and
Yeah.
if I can find out. Yeah, that's I want to know information about
We'll say,
it.
okay, what you can do, like, you now have the fact that this childlike vendor, like, does not know what you're talking about. If you want to take some time to observe the way that this moves and the way that people are reacting to it, I will say that could lead to you understanding something. This will kind of take, like, you watching and noticing and kind of having an insightful moment of how people are moving and responding to the way that the Oblivion approaches.
Stand next to Greer Bills and do that.
Okay, you can roll. Would be if you have like the watch or investigate.
I do. So would my hobby is bird watching, would that be useful? And then also I have the watch skills. So could I get 3? Just that,
yeah,
like,
and I
bird
think like
watching
you're
is
a
about finding
psychologist,
minute
aren't you? Like
details and
you're a
what's that?
psychologist.
I'm sorry. I
You're a
am.
yeah, so like people behavior is kind of
Yeah.
also something that you're yeah, so you can roll 3d10 and you are
Okay.
rolling against the people's behavior more than you're rolling against the beast, so I will not
Okay.
use d20s against you. And I'm going to roll 2d10.
13. Oh shit.
I rolled
Ooh,
a
13 to
12.
12.
Yes, Jonathan, you can write down, you now know one weakness of the beast. And that is that there seems to be something perhaps illusory about this beast. It is not that there is not danger to the beast and the oblivion that's following you, but that as you kind of watch the way that people are responding and moving, you get the sense that like true seeing of it, people some aspect of it is illusory. People are not responding to it in such a way. The beast itself, the creature, seems to get more of like people physically like moving out of its way, although their attention seems to slide off of it, than the oblivion, which is swallowing stalls of and like streets behind you. People just walk into that like it's not there. And you get the sense that to them it just fully isn't there. And perhaps that's not just because it's in your mind, but because it may not be fully real. But the creature itself that is leading the way for this oblivion that's following you is real, and it is pursuing still, and it is catching up to you pretty quickly at this point.
Just gonna say very loudly, no one else seems to be able to see it, but we can see it, and it's coming, and we should go, and I'm going to go, and I go. I begin power walking.
Okay. Yeah, Betty, you do have a chance here to the table is full of just little silly things. This is not much useful. I would say that there's like in terms of souvenir collecting, this is the stall to go to. There
Yeah.
are all sorts of cute little things and like little like carved wooden turtles that like have like little heads that bobble. There are those like toys that are like wood and ribbon that like when you flip the top it goes doot 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 all the way down. And like this like that kind of stuff. There's also some weirder things like some like bone and bird feather wind chimes that are hanging up. Unclear what the bones belonged to in life. And just kind of stuff like that for sale at the stand.
Cool. Because of how time works, can I be shopping at the same time that Dr. Underpants is doing his
Yes.
thing? So it's
Yes.
like I'm
Because
not
of how
holding
time
people
works.
up.
Correct.
Yeah, well, I don't want to. I don't want to hold people up because I don't want to be like the reason we get swallowed by oblivion. But I also do want some of this cool shit. So, yeah, I'll open up the little coin purse. Are there coins in there?
Yeah, there's a few.
Okay.
Rick definitely picked up a coin purse with more coins, but I don't know if Betty knows that yet. You
No,
have,
I don't.
yeah, you have
With
probably
how
like,
Graham works, he's probably just heading back with the coins that he got.
yeah,
I'll bet
you
he's
have like
doing the trick.
4 little golden coins. I mean, these are pretty small, thin little gold coins. This is not like big,
Okay.
pirate doubloons.
Cool. I don't know how much they're worth, so I'm just gonna shake them all out in my hand and just say, okay, so I got this much. How many of these things can I get? Maybe the little bobble head, the turtle, and this thing over here, and I like it's like a spring frog thing and some
Yeah.
ribbons or something.
Okay.
So-
Yeah, the childlike vendor is definitely into this. Hands you all the things you asked for. It is like, and because you're such a great customer, just so much fun to talk to and listen to. Pulls out a little. It's like like a very small little, essentially like a little dinner plate. That has been like someone has painted onto it like the market of the dead, and there's like a mask in the center, and it's just like it belongs in a dollhouse maybe, and they're like just for you, slips it in with the other stuff.
Oh, thank you so much. This is adorable. Is this what this is called? The Market of the Dead here? Is that why you all wear masks? Why are we all wearing masks?
Well, as you don't want to see his face, and gestures at the big like meat market vendor.
Oh, I wouldn't mind. And I give him a wink under my mask.
As you say, oh, I wouldn't mind, Rick, you're coming back to Betty. You see now much more than you have had the chance to see, like, fully in person. The creature is now, and the Oblivion are like 12, 13 paces back from where Betty is bargaining for these tchotchkes.
Okay.
And
We
it
should
is
leave.
the crackling
Hey,
noise.
Betty. So, over here. Yeah,
Okay, we're done. Thank you so much. You are just adorable. This has been the best day. My kids are gonna love this.
You're
Thank you.
adorable. Yeah.
And I'm gonna grab Rick's elbow and start talking as we're leaving.
Yeah, and what has Donna been up to after securing this little leather halter?
So Donna's been looking at some of these stalls. She's not really interested in buying any of this. She wouldn't wear a mask. She has her stage face on, and that is mask enough. It's fairly heavy. Her hair is big. She fits right in here. So she's going to find some sort of out of the way stall, and she gets another small bag out of her bra. There's lots of them in there,
Of
and she
course.
pours a bit of pours a bit of white powder on the table, and she's like, and then stares down Oblivion and just stands there with her sort of leaning back on a stool with her
Okay.
high heel boots and a cigarette, just staring into oblivion. And she's trying, like looking out at the crowd when all the lights are on the crowd and you can't see anything other than darkness because all the lights are in your face and everything else is in silhouette. And she's trying to see what's in the darkness as it's coming in.
Okay. Yeah, Donna, go ahead and roll for me. I think. What are your skills?
Oh, nothing of any use. Charm, charm, craft. So Dr. Underpants halter is beautifully
Beautifully crafted.
constructed on the
Yes.
fly.
Mhm.
Endure and deceive.
I do
So I think
think
she's probably trying to deceive everybody else in the party that she's absolutely not fussed about the impending oblivion.
Mhm.
But in terms of actually discerning what's in it, I don't think she has any useful skills at all, other than she's used to looking out in the dark.
Yeah, go ahead and roll 2d10 for me from that, against its 2d10. So
Oh.
Donna rolled 8 and I rolled 13, which means, Donna, you do fail here. Um, which does mean that the beast gets to know a weakness of yours, or inflict a weakness upon you. Um, Here's what happens. Are trying to you've put on this performance of not bothered, right? But you are bothered. It is disturbing to look into this oblivion. And unlike Jonathan, you don't necessarily have the full information that this oblivion is in some part, though maybe not fully. In some way, it's illusory. And as you are trying to kind of stare it down, it wins the stare down as it approaches and shows no sign of stopping. And you can see the figure at the front, this kind of hooded black figure, completely shaded. Other people seem to not really notice, but do make space for, right? It's like that wave around it of people, the crowd parting, although they don't even seem to see that it's happening. And it's approaching you, and you try to play a game of chicken with this thing and lose. And you are going to, this is kind of a madness effect on you, of like it's the fear of this thing has creeped into you now, and you are now kind of like, you have a fear that is not just like, oh, this thing's chasing me, this is creepy, but like a deeper fear now of this thing. And uh we'll say, yeah, as this happens, you see it starts moving faster. And you see Betty and Rick notice as well that it starts moving faster as this fear kind of settles into your heart. And they have to pick up the pace a little bit here, having been the ones furthest behind, and kind of sweep you up in their motion as they're pushing you back and away from this creature now.
She lets herself be carried away, going, "What the fuck is that? What? Yeah."
So we're fairly close to the Oblivion now. Do we see the actual creature?
Yes, the actual
Like,
creature is
close?
there. You can't quite, like, your eyes don't fully land on it. The things around you, people around you, all these masked creatures, they seem to like be aware of its presence enough to like move out of its way, but they can't like they don't really know it as there. You have like a similar but not fully similar effect where like you can see it, but you see this kind of like large shape, black shrouded, you know, cannot really make out other forms or features, like your eyes glance off of it, but you get a sense of its physical being, unlike the people around you who just kind of move around it subconsciously.
Okay, cool. All right, let's go, let's go, let's go.
And where are you going? Greer and Jonathan, you're up at the front of the group. You see Betty, Rick, and Donna kind of running to catch up with you now. Greer, you have armed yourself with a knife. Rick has some money. Rick, you do pass some stalls that have other weaponry as you go. Some guns, some bows and arrows, and some blades of different sorts, which you have money if you wanted to attempt to grab something.
Yeah, I feel like even though the darkness is obviously going really, really fast, Rick is going. What were the types of weapons you said? There was
there's like
sort of
some
flintlock,
muskets, some like
bow.
old muskets, and like, you know, Civil War era style guns. There are some like bows and arrows and some like bladed weapons, so more knives of this type Greer got, and some like scimitars and like more sword weapons,
Okay, gonna say
as well as
that.
like some bludgeoning weapons like clubs and stuff.
Gonna say that not paying too much attention to what he grabs one sort of flintlock weapon thing, and one probably a more sword-like bladed weapon. Reaches into the bag of coins, takes like 2/3 of it out, and just kind of sets it on the counter. I don't know how stalls work. Sets it down, and assuming that there's not some outrageous hey, that's not enough, he just runs with it.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm still with him, right? As he's doing that, I'll grab one of the clubs. It's like, great idea! And I grab like a giant club.
Okay. Yeah, you grab the club. The money that you have dropped on the table seems to be enough. The stall person is just like kind of like looking it over and being like, okay, all right. As you like run past with now, Betty is armed with a club, Greer with a knife, and Rick has a sword and a musket. Is that right?
Yeah. He's
Okay.
gonna pass one of those off to someone else eventually, but at the moment he's just running.
Okay. Yeah, and as you're running, where are you all running to? Is anyone keeping an eye out for anything? Is anyone
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say I would try and look to see if there was some kind of like logical path to this marketplace where it looks like there's an exit, or if it's just very labyrinthian.
It's not fully like labyrinthian. There are lots of paths and walkways. It seems like it's a fairly large market. But as you kind of get to like you're just running right now, the beast is the creature thing is just like behind you. Kind of again moving faster than it has been.
I'm very
And
well traveled, Elise, so I've been to a lot of outdoor markets
yeah, totally.
as Dr. Underpants.
As Dr. Underpants. Yeah, and as you kind of run and look for exits, you do kind of look and see over the heads of some creatures down one of the turns. What looks to be like the end of one of the streets for this market that opens out. The crowd thins that way.
And I'll just immediately turn that way without
Okay.
saying anything.
Everyone
I
following
just assume
Jonathan.
people are following me.
So I would think that Greer's probably got his eye on like each of the, because survivaling is all about your resources, and so he probably sees each of his teammates as a resource.
Mhm.
So like really keeping track of everybody. So I wanted to ask, if I'd been looking back at what happened with Donna, would Greer have seen like the moment where she looked afraid and it accelerated? And could he have put like something together from that?
Yeah, so we're gonna make this a roll because if you
Roll.
succeed, this will be a weakness of the monster. So
Mhm.
you can roll. You're going to be rolling.
Investigate.
You can roll investigate. So that's what, 2d10 for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Debating how
And
hard I think this is.
not that hard. I mean, I could make a case for noticing people's fear in stressful situations, because I think that's something that probably in my television program where I have celebrity guests on, I've had to do that in order to be like, oh, this person's afraid of snakes, I should move them away from the snake. From my
And
background.
Donna is very obviously afraid. I
Right.
mean, she's slightly high and screams
Right.
screams in a very impressive sort of, top C
Yeah.
sort of
Yeah,
screamo rock wail. I mean, it wasn't subtle fear.
I'll take your 3d10 argument for you. So Greer can roll 3d10 for this. And yeah, I'll go ahead and roll, I think, 2.
Oh God.
All right. So Debbie
Thank goodness.
rolled a 10. I rolled a 7, which means Greer does succeed at learning a weakness of this beast. The trait behind this is that this beast does seem to feed on fear, but the weakness then would be that the less you fear it, the weaker it becomes. So when you understand that aspect of it and can find ways to not fear it, or can, otherwise like not let it get its hooks into you the way that Donna did, it might slow it down or otherwise make it weaker.
Okay, at that, I'm going to move towards the beast and
Okay.
tell everyone else, keep going. I'm going to go and
Keep
see if
going
this
where?
is like...
We're following you.
Dr. Underpants turned right down that alleyway. He's in underpants and a boob tube. You can see him. All right.
You really
Power
expect
walking.
us? Him?
I'm just gonna go see, like, if this is an animal that is afraid, my fear is not gonna make it any less afraid. Like, if this is a bear that is startled, there's ways that we can deal with that. So I'll catch up. You're good.
It ain't you know what? I'm not gonna argue. This ain't worth it. This just ain't worth it. Ricky, come on, let's go. And
You insist? Let's go.
One of my kids is called Ricky. My third one, he's 13 now. Do I ever go by Ricky or just Rick? I'm just talking as we're following. So.
Oh my God, this
His actual
Betty
name's
is a
Richard, but
delight.
nobody calls him that.
All right, so the rest of you are following Jonathan and
Dr. Underpants.
I'm sorry, Dr. Underpants. Yeah, and Greer, what is your goal here? What are you trying to accomplish by standing your ground or by staring down the beast?
Not being afraid.
Mm-hmm.
And also like seeing if I can like look at this thing and like, what is it? Because if it's something like that, there's a rational fear to be associated with, like, if it's a venomous snake, okay, I'm afraid of it in these situations if I'm not paying attention.
Right.
If I startle it, is it a bear? Because more information is going to allow me to make a more effective decision.
Okay, so you're trying to kind of get more information on it, like what it is and how it operates.
And not be afraid. Yeah.
Yes, well, not being afraid. Yes, that is important because, like, if you are actively not being afraid of it, right, you have engaged one of its weaknesses. Right, yeah. You've engaged one of its weaknesses, which reduces its power in terms of, like, what dice it rolls. And in this case, I think you are actually rolling against the beast because you are actively confronting in a way, right? You have decided like, oh, I'm going to stand my ground to this thing because, you know, like wild animals, sometimes that's what you need to do because they're just posturing. So yeah, you, which means, however, that it is rolling d12s and you are rolling d10s. So it's going to roll, and so are you. And so you can roll your base d10 and then investigate.
Or endure.
And
Because what I'm trying to do is like
yeah,
maybe
actually,
it's
I
like
really,
a
I
half
really
a-
like endure because you're actively being like, I'm not afraid, right? You're enduring like the actual physiological experience of fear and like
Yes.
resisting it. So like that can be your skill. And your background, I think like you've already narrated how your background relates to this. This is like animalistic behavior that you are attempting to discern, like in what context and all those kinds of things. So you can roll 3d10. It's going to roll 2d12.
Uh-huh.
Very good rolls from Greer. And very mediocre. Well, yes, I rolled 12. Greer rolled 25 with 2 10s.
Wow.
So well done. What you glean from this standing your ground is that this thing continues to approach in a way where it does not it is weaker because you are not afraid of it, but it is not stopping because of that. It doesn't seem to particularly care. You get the sense that it is unstoppable in the sense that like you cannot make it halt. And that gives you the insight that its weakness might be that defeating it head on is pretty much impossible, but it's also not good at adapting from its mindless or like unstoppable pursuit. It is, once it has kind of in its mind that it is pursuing, it will just in a straight line pursue. You can't stop that, but you can work with that.
Okay. So, could be outwitted or outmaneuvered
Yes.
if cannot be stopped.
Yes. Accurate.
All right.
And in light of it cannot be stopped, it is now approaching very quickly. The sound of that like crackling ice around you is quite loud. And the oblivion that is following it has essentially approached with it to the point where your vision is just black, the beast, which kind of blends into the blackness, and things that it is swallowing, and you are rapidly losing in your peripheral other things that it can swallow. And behind you, down the door or down the hall, Jonathan, at the front of the group, at the end of this corridor, you do see another door, very akin to the other ones you have used in the past.
And I'm just gonna yell, door, and I'm gonna walk through it.
That.
All right. Okay, so through the door, and that is where I think we will take our break so that everyone can use the bathroom and get some water and things like that. So we will very briefly, let's say 10, 15 minutes. Let's get back. It's about 3 o'clock, so we'll say 3:15 is when we will go live. So players, if you can back just a little before that. So I don't know what hour it is in all of your time zones, but whatever it currently says, do that number, but the 15 mark, but just like a few minutes before, so that we can actually go live at 3:15 or 8:15 or I don't know. You know what time it is in your
At
time zone.
15.
7:15.
Yes, all those
8:15 was correct
15s.
for me.
I
You were right.
I had a lot of good possible numbers that I could just throw out there to be right on.
Yeah.
Okay, so we will be back in 15 minutes. Players see in like 13 minutes. Bye, everyone. Hey everybody, it's me again. Yeah, we're back. Hi. Oh, we can change things because you're in a new place. You've gone through the door. Let me move you in roll 20. Boop.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh. Oh. Oh, shit.
Oh.
Oh, we've reached hell.
Yep. Esk.
I love a good meeting.
Yeah, hey everybody, we're back for the second half of our Goataween 2021 one-shot of The Beast by Grant Howitt, Christopher Taylor, adapted by yours truly, because instead of going to find a beast, the players are being pursued by a beast. Yes, and new overlays because Galway has made so many for me, which was very kind of him to do so. Also, just want to shout out Galway and Sam for the cover screen and music because while we were waiting, players were commenting on how super cool that was, and I concur. So apparently Lena said Galway, or not Galway, Sam, the word is composed that music, which is so cool. So very cool, and thank you to our incredible talented folks who make all the cool stuff that make the streams look and sound awesome. Let's see. We should have music, but okay. Sorry. I hope it didn't blast anybody on the stream. Okay. So, players, you have just escaped the pursuing beast once more through a door into a new a new kind of hell. So it's gonna be like visually, you've kind of got a tone setter, but again, you're going to have to paint a picture with your imagination because you don't quite have what you see here. Instead, the room that you are in, it is still kind of this industrial business setting, and instead of being empty and just kind of a conference table, you are presented with more, think like DMV, like Department of Motor Vehicles. I don't know what that's called in other countries. But like where you would go to get like your driver's license or your car registration and things like that. And so
Purgatory.
Yeah, different
Yeah.
Yes, it is there's a lot of people in line, and up in the front of the room you can see like kind of booths, glass windowed booths behind which would sit employees who would be taking numbers and kind of addressing concerns and needs and processing paperwork for the people who are in line. And the line is huge here. It stretches out in front of you and stretches out behind you. And as you turn around to see behind you, yes, once more, many people back in line. The Oblivion with the creature is moving forward in the line as well. And as you kind of step through the door, people kind of shuffle out of the way to make space for you, but nobody bats an eye at you opening a door into this crowded space and stepping into the room. And you do see one or two other people also open doors and step out from nowhere space into this room. And as you do this, you are told to take a number and get in line. Yep, there are 6 windows up at the front. 5 of those windows are currently not operating, and the one that is has a now serving sign above it, and it says now serving R33. And yep, you are told to take a number. There is a little machine on which you can push a button to receive a number, and that's it. That's what you step
take a
out
number.
into. Okay, you get the number F455.
How are they on R if I'm F? Oh, that does not bode well.
You have to go all the way to Z and then back around from A.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, sometimes it's like different numbers for different people's needs too, right? Like you get a
that's
but
Yeah.
you don't
usually
you
you
actually
have to input what your needs are. I didn't input my needs.
you
I just
sure
pressed a
didn't.
button.
You just pushed a button and got that number. Does anyone else push a button, or you are just
Frick is
gonna?
also gonna push the button.
Okay, you get F456.
Yeah, I'll do it.
I'll push a button. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, sequentially F457, 8. And if Greer pushes the button, he will get F459. No, Greer doesn't push the button.
He's gonna have a
Exclamation
look
point,
around.
push the button. Yeah.
Greer is gonna look around and see if I can make sense of, like, is there a way that I can jump to the front of the queue? Because, like, we need to get out of here. So I'm not just mindlessly going to press the button. I want to be like, is there a, you know, like if you're on call and you press *0, allegedly you get taken to an operator every
yeah.
time. I'm looking for the DMV equivalent of that.
Yes. Yeah.
Is that true? If you
No.
No.
It's one of
0.
those, like, internet myths.
Yeah, but 0
Okay.
is often the one that they tell you at the very end that will take you to a live person if you sit through all of the other options
Okay.
on an IVR. So that's why that myth got started. But it is not true. It will sometimes do nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, Lena, you push the button and you get the number C2 for chat 2. And yeah, no, you so yeah, all of you have pushed the button except for Greer, who is now looking for his skip the queue, get to the front magic thing. So yeah, you can go ahead.
Willing to jab my knife in the machine if that would help. Like,
yeah. So okay, in what manner? What do you think Greer would do to try to get to the front of the line?
as a television celebrity,
Yeah.
Greer is not a man used to waiting in line. So I would think he would, like, look at the machine and like, yeah, is there an option for, like, queue jump? Or, like, is there, like, a host or, you know, like a person around that he can go and
Yeah.
flutter his eyelashes at? You
Okay.
know?
Yeah, so the person who told you to take a number when you stepped out of the door is standing by the machine and is just kind of like an employee of this space, is wearing kind of drab, business casual, kind of cardigan over a little button down, gray pants, and is looking around, and every now and then will kind of like look up, see someone new come into the room and be like, please take a number, and direct attention to the machine. However, the machine itself has a single button. There is no nothing like, so
Queue
when you're,
jump.
yeah, there's no like, you couldn't interface with it to be like, oh, if I hack the machine, unless, you had some brilliant hacker fake skills, NCIS style, 2 people typing on the same keyboard. Another reference just mostly for Rachel. Sorry. Yeah, and so, but you can talk to the person if you want.
Do they have a name tag?
Yeah, they do. Their name tag says Dylan.
It says what, sorry?
Dylan.
Dylan, okay.
Yeah.
Right. Hi, Dylan. I'm Greer Bills. You may have heard of me from, In the Wild and Surviving in the Wild and Surviving with Greer Bills in the Wild. I wonder, I know you're very busy and you're doing a really important job and you're doing it brilliantly, but I wonder if you could just help me, because we are a little pinched for time because there's something pursuing us, and we need to get to a place where we can get ahead of it, because we need to have a plan to outwit it. So I was wondering if you could help me with that, Dylan.
Okay. You can roll to try to convince Dylan to help you here.
How many?
Well, do you have any charm or yeah.
No, but I am charming.
You are charming, but you don't have the charm skill.
No.
You don't want to. But I think that your like your background with like the I'm an important person can count for your like your D10, your second D10 of like that kind of bringing the authority of like a person who, right, in this space is like, I know what I need and this is what I need and you're here to serve me. So you can roll for that. Dylan is going to roll with 2d10 because Dylan does not like to break the rules.
Legit. I believe in you, Dylan.
I don't know why my 3D dice have stopped rolling, but
I can see them.
oh,
Yeah, they
I can say
roll.
that.
That's nice. I can't. I'm glad you can. So Debbie 14 and I rolled 10. So yes, you succeed here. And what ends up happening, Dylan looks down at the machine. Watches as one more person pushes the button. As this person pushes the button, what comes out is the number A707. So not part of the F series, not sequentially next to the numbers that your teammates have pushed. And Dylan sighs and is like, "Well, if you want to be in the VIP lane, I guess sometimes people," and then kind of pokes at the machine. Enters like a key card into the side that and then pushes the button, and the number that comes out this time is R291. You may recall that the now serving sign says R33. So
Okay. Are you gonna say R290?
um, Dylan hands this to you and says, "I mean, the R line is the fastest moving one. It's as good as this place really gets. As you can see, with so many booths closed, it's kind of a problem. But, everybody's on a smoke break or a lunch break." Here, Dylan like sighs really heavily and is like, "I haven't taken a lunch break in 5 days."
Dylan, that's not good for you. You should eat something and hydrate. Did you know in a pinch you can drink your own urine?
No, you can't. I mean, you could, but please don't.
Everything that I have watched this week about Bear Grylls, he is talking about drinking his own pee. So, it's just canon in this world.
I think that was
Um,
Rick, the EMT, saying, "Don't drink your own
Yeah, oh
urine."
yeah.
That was
yeah,
Rick
yeah.
saying. Rick was absolutely just listening in and went like,
Like, no,
Graham
please,
"Oh,
no,
oh,
Mills
you
no.
is staying
can't.
back.
Please."
Um, uh,
I'm going to go up to Dylan, and I'm going to um, pull out my smokes, and I'm going to offer Dylan a smoke, and I'm going to lean forward so he gets a shot of what I think is my amazing 1987 cleavage, but
Great.
possibly isn't. And I'm going to go, Dylan, you know, we can help here. We can say, take a number. Like if anyone comes through that door and show them to press that button. If you want to go take that break, manage your fluids, have a smoke. Looks like you need that right now. We can help you out. You know, we don't have a problem helping you out. You seem like a nice guy, overworked, underpaid. You know, if you want to take a break, we can man the line for you for an hour, 10 minutes, whatever you need.
Yeah, go ahead and roll to persuade Dylan here. Dylan will only roll 1d10 against this because he's hungry. That sounds kind of
I've got
good.
I've got charm
Yep.
and deceive. But I've got
Perfect.
charm. So
So
two
Yep.
what's our goal here? I'm very confused.
to get Dylan out of the line so that we can walk to the front of the line.
Yeah, so I
And
rolled
do
a 3.
what?
So Betty, if you want to kind of like look around and see if you can like find something that might visually or, in the room like read to you as like, oh, this would be like an objective.
Yeah.
You have the thing pursuing. And if you were to simply walk in a straight line away from it, you would walk straight into those glass barriers. So to get to the other side of the booths is at least something you will need to do if you want to avoid getting this thing on you. But other than that, you don't
Okay.
really know.
Is there
Thing
is
I
there
want to
anything
do,
behind
but I
the
just wanted to
booth?
say that.
What? Yeah. So let me. Okay, Monty's question will resolve Donna's, and then we'll get to you, Rachel. So Monty,
No rush.
you look and kind of as you have to kind of like move around some people, and you immediately hear just like everybody around you grumbling about people cutting in line when you start to move around them, even though like everyone has a number. There is no line per se. Like, but when you try to like kind of move around to see, like there's just a lot of like dirty looks and people being like, oh my God, people cutting in line is the reason this place takes so long, right? But you do manage to kind of like get a better look behind the booths. You can see clear as day a door back there. And in fact, you watch as R33, who is being served by the one functioning booth right now, finishes their paperwork. And the person like lifts a barrier, and the person who was like doing their paperwork walks through and just goes straight through the door. And so that door that's up there, unlike previously where the doors have kind of appeared for you as like you've reached certain kind of like moments of crisis, or it seems like everybody here can interact with and deal with these doors. And yeah, there's a door on the other side of that booth. And
Okay.
there are, yeah, it seems like when you complete your paperwork or are processed through properly, then you can be let through to continue on through the next door. Um, Donna did successfully convince Dylan that she's just so nice and would happily take on the labor of attending to the machine while Dylan takes a lunch break. So Dylan hands over the key card to you. And as he does so, he kind of like hands it to you, and like you go to take it, and he holds on to it for a second, and he's like, "Listen, I'm trusting you here because I'm starving. I'm starving. If you lose this, I go burn in hell for eternity instead of stand here in hell for eternity. Do you understand what I'm telling you?"
Oh, a hot cue. Yeah. Okay. And she tucks his key card into her bra.
Okay. The endless compartment that is Donna's
There's
bra.
nothing else in there other than drugs and cigarettes and all sorts of stuff. There's plenty of room.
Yes, and you now have Dylan's key card, and Dylan does leave. And Rachel, what was Jonathan doing?
You said when we came in here that there were other people coming from other doors into here.
Yes, that is correct.
I want to seek one out, preferably the most attractive woman.
Another person
Yes.
who has come, specifically someone who has come through a door since you've
Yeah.
been watching.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you find, it's not tons of people. You've been here for maybe like 5 minutes now, so I would say maybe like 3 other people have come through doors. It's not like tons and tons all at once. And this person, yeah, it's a maybe like 35 year old. Yeah, she has
Wow.
one side of her hair kind of shaved, the other side dyed with some blue.
Too bad I'm 36, Elise.
Whatever. It's all older than me, Rachel. Yeah, and you no, I'm sorry, I'm just kidding. And you yeah, it's just a 35-ish year old woman who has stepped through the door wearing like a nice little sundress, does have some of her hair dyed blue, and has taken a number, has stepped over to take a number, and kind of looks at it and sighs.
And I'm gonna kind of sidle up next to her.
Yeah.
Not like just stand next
I
to her.
know,
I'm
but
not
it's
gonna
just like you're Jonathan Banks, and now
know.
everything you do that relates to women, I'm just cringing.
Fair. So, hi, I'm Jonathan Banks. It's nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm just really tempted to say Rachel, but I'm not going to do that because we have
There are
such a
too many
history of
things
naming
named
things
Rachel.
Yeah. I'm Gina.
Gina, that's a lovely name.
Thanks.
I noticed that you came through a door over there. We also came through a door. Where'd you come from?
I was no, I think I was sleeping. I think I was having a dream, but I thought I was just home.
And you came straight here?
Yeah. I mean, I was sleeping, maybe,
Uh,
and like you get the distinct impression that Gina doesn't fully know how she got here.
Gina, I'm going to ask you a question that might seem a little strange, but just go with me here. And I'm going to turn around and I'm going to point at the Oblivion and the Beast approaching, and I'm going to say, "What do you see when I point over there and you look at where I'm pointing?"
Um, a lot of people waiting in line.
That's it.
Hmm.
I really want
Um.
you to think, look hard.
Let's have Jonathan roll for this to see how successfully he can kind of help focus Gina's attention um on what's
Well,
happening here.
can I
I
get 3? Because I'm psychiatrist and good at kind of guiding people through what I want, and I also have charm.
yes. Um
But Gina's going to
this
roll a
is
d12 because she's the beast.
well, you're not really rolling against Gina. You are rolling against the beast right now
Oh,
because
fuck.
you are specifically attempting to get Gina to notice the beast, but it is the beast who resists being noticed.
Right.
So, do you think
But they
that
are at a 12. Is it just my weakness that I know about
no,
the beast? Or
you have to be using tactics that in some way bring the beast like bring it down. So I would say like you are actively like pointing out its illusory nature, so I would say it's
Right.
rolling d12 here.
Okay.
But it is something that actively resists being seen, so it's also going to be rolling like I think it's going to roll all 3d12 on this.
What if I put my hand on the small of her back just gently to reassure her
Yeah.
that she could be
Yeah,
looking?
that's definitely not going to help, Gina. That's not going to bring a weakness about the beast at all. So I'm going to roll 3d12 and you're going to roll
But am I making
3d10.
Gina weak at the knees? Okay, yeah.
Oh my god.
No, you're giving Gina something bigger to be frightened of, I guess.
I
Oh,
rolled
fuck.
18.
No!
Oh
You
wait, I
a
rolled 20.
I rolled
You rolled
18.
18.
I rolled so well. This is bullshit.
You did roll very well. We both rolled a 1. And then in our pool of 3. This is yes. As you are trying to do this, Gina tries to focus on the beast. And you see Gina start to tremble and shake as she does this. Blood starts to run down from her nose. Her eyes go fully black. And the beast continues to move forward at the same pace that it did before. And Gina turns to look at you now. And it is no longer Gina's voice that speaks but something else is talking to you through Gina's mouth now. And this kind of like, as like with no real, like it's like a whisper. It's like a gravelly whisper. There's no like voice sound. It's no vibration of the right. It's just that the breath coming through the voice, the voice box, is just goes, "Hello, Jonathan Banks," and yeah, I think this is another case of the beast has kind of clocked something has instilled some sort of weakness into Jonathan. I think in this case, should it be? Did the music stop playing?
Yeah.
Sorry, everybody. I'll play it again. What did I have? How about this one? This song is called Existential Dread, which I think, for a long wait
Mhm.
at,
Yep.
bureaucracy 101 feels right. Yeah. Jonathan, I think that this thing has kind of marked you more specifically, and it is now, it's the weakness is now that like you are more visible to it than your teammates, and when it takes actions against you, um, like it can predict a little bit what you're going to do. It has your number a bit. So you will roll lower or a lower die when you roll against the beast in the future.
Jonathan
And
is freaked out, but it's also just, like a woman. So he's going to put his hands on her shoulders
uh,
and he's just going to shake her and just say, "What do you want from me?"
um as you do this, her like she is almost doll-like, rag doll-like in your arms. Like her neck is moving in such a way that from across the room Rick might be really concerned about like you giving her whiplash, because she is not actively like trying to hold her head um up. And as you kind of conclude this like shake, she blinks and like wipes her nose, and when she looks back at you, it's just her eyes again, and she like kind of shrugs your hands off and is just like, I think I need to talk to the manager, and like turns away from you and starts to like walk the other way. Whatever it is that was looking through her eyes is no longer possessing her.
Great.
Yeah, Rick and Greer and Betty. Um, well, Greer was working on Dylan, and so did Donna. So what were Betty and Rick up to?
I do have an idea.
Okay, tell me.
So I'm gonna take Rick's elbow. I don't know why I'm just like, yeah, Rick's my best friend now.
Rick is perfectly fine with that compared to the other weirdos.
Yeah. I'm very short, so I'm gonna tug him down a little bit. Like, hey, Ricky, I have an idea. You and me, we're gonna go up to the front, and you just follow my lead, okay? So I'm gonna start moving through people
Okay.
until I get to the front.
Yeah, as you start moving through people, the more that you like just kind of move your way through this group, the more that those rumblings that you heard earlier of like, oh my god, people cutting through line is just the worst. Like people who do that, like they make everything so much worse. It's like louder and more almost
When I
like,
hear this,
yeah.
as I hear this, I'm gonna say, "Excuse me, pregnant lady looking for the bathroom. I need a bathroom right now." And it's just trying to get like people to move out of the way.
Interesting.
I'm like clutching my belly.
Okay. You can roll here. You see, here's what's going to happen. You doing this does help because a fair number of people in the line ahead of you and in the crowd around you kind of move out of the way when they hear like pregnant lady here, because a lot of people will, when they hear that, like kind of make space and try and get, let you through. But not everybody does. And Betty, from this, and Rick, you glean that not everybody here is simply waiting in line. There seem to be agents of some other force in the room as well. And those people, instead of making space for you, see that the crowd is going to make space for you and converge on you to actively stop you from moving forward instead. So if you want to try and push through them or other things like that, you would have to continue some other course of action to get past them.
What do you think, Rick? If we take out, how many of these people are there that seem to not be moving out of the way?
In your direct vicinity, like it's crowded enough that like the people who are making space for you, it's not like you have tons of space. So the people like that you can clock in your direct path, you're seeing maybe 5 who are absolutely like converging. Your guess is that there are more than that because that's just who's in this vicinity, but like you can tell for sure 5 in front of you.
Okay.
This is a horrible idea, but I've got a musket.
Uh-huh. Debbie's face. I love it. Do it. Do it. Nothing risk, nothing gain, Joel.
No. I mean...
Continue.
We could threaten them with violence. Obviously, this thing's, one shot, and then you reload it. We're not gonna take out 5 people anyway.
No.
But
But as I'm struggling, okay, so I'm trying to get to the front. I'm also going to be calling out, and then I'm going to tug on Rick and say, okay, now you ask people what their numbers are, okay? You just say it as loud as you want. Say, who's next? Who's next? You know, trying to get people to get in line so I can get past, okay? We just got to figure out who's next. Go on, you can do it, Rick.
I'm confused. I'm figuring out who's next would help. Like,
I
who
have a
has
plan.
the ticket?
Yes, we need that ticket. So okay, my plan, I'm trying to distract people and get them out of the way by saying I'm pregnant lady looking for the bathroom. You need to find the next ticket because I have sneak as a skill. So I want to pickpocket them and swap our tickets over. That's the plan.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's what I was thinking was happening, but I was a bit confused.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rick starts going up. He has his ticket in hand, and he walks up to someone in the line. Hey, what's your number again? I'm just
Yeah,
going to make sure that I'm in the right line.
you can roll here to kind of investigate to get to like how quickly you can kind of find the person who might be holding that next magic ticket.
Right.
You're looking for something as close to R35 as possible because R34 has already. You notice like the R line is the fastest moving one. It seems to be the VIP line. No other numbers are being called because all the other booths are shut down. So they have to get through the VIP line before they can get to any other sets of numbers. And so you do want something as close to R35 as you can get. So the way we'll, resolve that is you can roll to kind of investigate, charm, something in that variety to find.
Yeah, I do have investigate.
Okay.
I don't really have anything else that would help with that, but investigate.
Okay. Yeah.
A 12.
Okay. Wasn't, oh, look at that, a whole big one from me. So you you do successfully find R36. R35 you don't know where they are, but you do find that person. Let's circle back though because we don't know what's been up with Greer and Donna.
So Donna has got this key card and she's identified that the only member of this party who's actually in actual normal clothes or semi-normal clothes is Greer. You know, flip-flops and a sarong, underpants. Rick's gone, so she's hunting around in the back pockets of a super tight trousers for a Sharpie, which she carries always
Okay.
for signing autographs, because
Naturally.
she gets asked for her autograph all the time. If she didn't have one, Greer probably would. And she's going to get a scrap of fabric and she's going to write Bill on the scrap of fabric and pin it like a name tag
Uh-huh.
to Greer Bill's chest
Uh-huh.
and give him the employee key card and go, why don't you go and open another booth? So
I
I'm
can
going
think
to
of no reason
so I'm
not
going
to.
so I'm going to try and pass Greer Bills off as a member of staff
Yes.
who's coming back from his lunch break to open the booth,
Beautiful.
which will coincidentally move through our line.
Naturally. Okay. Greer, what do you do?
Greer's going to be like, at last, a chance to practice my acting. And because he wants to be an actor. I'm absolutely sure of it. So he's going to take the key card, and I'm assuming that there's like an employees only keypad door like next to where the booths are. So he's going to really confidently walk up to that, swipe the key card, in we go.
Yeah, the key card works. You swipe it, you get through, and you are now on the other side. And you the the swipe in gets you into the booth, and then there's a separate like counter that like opens and closes for when people approach. So like each booth, if does that make sense? Like there's like a line of the booths with like a line of like the little like things that from inside the booth you can raise and lower the thing. And from the inside of the booth there is another exit to the back, but you are now inside the booth with the key card.
It's an exit to the back.
Yep. So you can get from the front to the back through the booth, but you can't just go like straight through. If that makes you have to walk pass through.
Greer's gonna go back to the door, open it, say, guys, and like head nod his team in, and then we'll all go in the
they
booth
cannot
and we'll
get
all go out
through
the
because
back.
they don't have the employee card. You have it with you.
Can I
And
not
the car,
hold the door open?
The first one, no, it's like one of those like sliding whoop whoop ones that like you pass through, but you can't like
I got it.
And from context, I think we need to do the right paperwork to be able to activate the door to go to where we need to go anyway. So
okay, all right.
Just
So
pretend that we did and just input some stuff.
I can't stop thinking about the noise.
The door makes the noise. Whoop whoop.
Stop it! I am functioning. Okay. Right. Good point, Monty. Thank you. Let's stay on point. So, Greer is going to sit at the desk and not yet open up the like now serving sign. They're going to like they come and sit at the desk and then they're going to spend a number of minutes like I've got to adjust this and I've got to set my pen out or whatever.
Of course.
And see if I can investigate the arena to work out like what paperwork do we need to open to get out? And then is there a way that I can like log onto the system and summon the numbers F4, 5, whatever they were for these chaps and
yes,
get us out of this.
Okay. Go ahead and roll investigate to see if you can figure out the paperwork situation. How many D10s is paperwork? Figuring out bureaucratic paperwork.
So many.
Well, I have investigate, but I don't think this is like anywhere in my skill set. I think 2 is
okay. Well, I don't know. You have endure. You know, you have survival all over the world. You must have been in line for like visas.
Oh my gosh.
Passports.
I'm a celebrity. Celebrities don't line
to do that for everybody else.
I have a PA.
You have a PA.
All right, you have to beat an 11. And you do with a 16. Good job. Yes, you look through and you do see that the paperwork situation, you get a sense that the paperwork, there are many different forms that people could be filling out here depending on what they're here for. You determine from the sets that are available to you that your most likely candidates of forms right now are like processing forms. So forms for like sending people to the proper place. There's like an appeal form for like I've been sent to the wrong place. There is a form for like mitigating like circumstances. So like if people want to try and like they've been sent from like some higher up has sent them here to be like, oh, if you file form whatever, like we'll mitigate a sentence kind of thing. Stuff like that that you think like maybe some of these would be useful. So you can kind of pick which ones you think would be. Is there
a form that just says go home?
Yeah, that would be
There
useful.
is no go home form, but the processing for like proper like channel seems to, because you seem to have been through many channels, and this is, might strikes you as a likely candidate. Betty, you have a likely candidate also for stealing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what Bear's doing. So,
True.
I mean, Greer, who is Bear? Who is this? What?
Weird. Why did that go into your head?
I have no idea. So I don't know what Greer's doing. So I'm just gonna. I'm gonna be trying to push through people still high pitched screaming that I need the bathroom and I'm pregnant. and I'm going to very purposely knock into this person that Ricky has pointed out to me, and I'm going to try and swap our tickets over.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and roll that sneak, and your base D10.
So that's 2d10.
Yep, against my 8.
11.
Well done. Yes, you swap this ticket and gain your new R35 ticket, which as you do this, the line under the thing for the one functioning booth prior to Greer, I almost said Bear, prior to Greer opening another booth, does flip from R34 to R35. I think, did we say that you had R36? We're just going to say 35 for time's sake because we don't need to spend all this time in line. And yeah, you are the person whose number you swapped it with does immediately notice that their number, which has just been called and they have been waiting for, is no longer their number. And they see this and they see you walking up to the front, and they start to yell for like, hey, this person stole my number, like, and people kind of again start to part ways. You get up to the booth, but now those people that you clocked who are like in some way like guards or employees of this place who are blocking your way, do like rally to this call that someone has stolen the number, and you have gained their attention. Greer, in your booth, you're able to override the system and just type in 455, I think was the first number, which is Jonathan's number. So Jonathan, you do hear. Sorry, Debbie, that was so good. Jonathan, you hear now
Can
serving.
I skip him?
F455 at booth 3. And you look up and it's Greer sitting behind the thing being like, or more like,
Or
so,
like,
and you
I'm
do
gonna
also
walk
see
up and I'm gonna just say, "Could you?" Oh yeah, continue.
Betty at the other booth, and you see some people kind of like converging over towards Betty.
I'm not gonna do anything about that.
Of course. Okay.
Yeah.
Come on. Great. Did you figure out a way to get us home?
paperwork. Fill it out. Quick.
Okay. And do you hand me paperwork?
Yep, the processing to the right place paperwork.
What kind of stuff do I have to fill out, Elise?
Oh, there's so much. You know there is. It's like you have to give your full like medical history. You have to account for like, every address you've lived at for more than like 3 weeks.
But I also don't because it's Greer, so I'm just gonna kind of vaguely fill it out.
Okay. Yeah, you fill out some of the identifying information and then like skip a whole bunch of the other stuff. And yeah, you finish.
I'm gonna write
filling out-
healthy in the medical history portion.
That's good. Yeah, Greer, when you are handed back the paperwork that Jonathan has just given you, there is essentially a like some sort of like almost like it looks kind of like a fax machine in that it like intakes paper that you have to kind of like insert this paperwork into. Can't hear you.
There's
Didn't
no
hear
sound.
anything you said.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
I said, yes, I'll do it. I don't mind this guy being a guinea pig.
Yeah.
Fair.
You insert the paperwork. It kind of processes through so slow, just the worst kind of like inch by inch through this dumb machine. And out comes a sticker that you can hand to Jonathan. It's got like basically like the equivalent of like a barcode, some sort of like identifying marking here to like process Jonathan through the door.
Mm-hmm. I would like to lean over and smack it in the middle of his forehead.
Perfect. You do
Hard.
that. And
There's
Jonathan,
so much sexual tension between these two.
Jonathan, as you are smacked in the head with this, let's all do it together. The doors go doo-doo, and you can step through the door. Betty, you are also handed.
So I'm gonna step through.
Yep.
Yes.
And then there's an actual door that I can go that looks like the other ones, or no?
Yes.
As I go through it, I'm going to turn around and I'm going to give the double birds to the creature in the darkness behind me.
Okay.
It felt important.
Great. You do
I
that.
agree.
Is that a weakness of the beast? Is the beast
Being flipped off.
Easily offended.
Easily offended.
Oh,
Absolutely.
Oh, good. I'm going to beat this beast easily then.
All right.
Gonna
Betty,
talk about how it really let itself go.
you are also handed a form to fill out here. You have some folks approaching on your rear. Rick and Donna are still on the other side of the thing. What is anyone up to?
Hoping
Do I-
Claire calls them next.
Yeah. Can I see that Gray is behind the thing now?
Yes, you can see Greer has entered the other booth, booth 3. You're at booth 2, so you can very
Okay, so I'm like
easily-
right there, and I've seen that he's called our
yes.
numbers. I'll look down at my ticket that I just got and be
you.
shocked. Hi, and
They say
just
hi.
like feign complete and utter shock and confusion. It's like, oh my god, this isn't my ticket. No, I'm supposed to be in that line. What is this bullshit? And I'm just gonna be like, somebody stole my ticket. I'm meant to be over there. Like, turn it back around.
You can roll for deceive on this.
How about charm?
This feels
sort
like
of,
a
or sneak?
deception.
Well, I'm also trying to still be like, I really need the bathroom. I think she does actually need the bathroom now that she's said it so many times.
I wish I could
I
give you
need
like
the
half
bathroom
of a
now.
roll.
You've said it so many times.
Yeah. Okay. So just one if I don't have anything for it. I am
Yeah.
trying to like get the ticket back and like,
Yeah.
so
I think
I'm trying to do the same thing that they want me to do.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go up. I am like talking to the guy. It's like you have my ticket. Just give that back, and I'll like try and hand it back to him.
Yeah, we'll say that gets you the second D10 for charm because
I mean, I'm not admitting fault, but I am trying to get my own
Yeah.
ticket back.
You definitely rolled higher than the
Yay.
6, so you do manage to get your ticket back. Greer gets everybody else processed through with a ticket. Sorry, unless anyone wanted to do something else, I would prefer that we don't sit and watch you all do paperwork literally at the booth. And Greer, at the end of this, what do you do to get yourself through?
Gonna do my paperwork and badge sticker myself and leave Dylan's swipe card on the desk with a little note
Okay.
saying like, our numbers got called, we had to run, you're the best, please don't burn in hell.
Okay.
And then that emoji.
The grimace.
Yeah. Or the
Yeah.
teeth.
Yeah. Yes, you make it through. The beast is rapidly closing on the front line here. And Jonathan, I think, is already at the door, has gone through with his double birds. And the rest of you can follow. So, as you, let's see, we're gonna have to do this.
That was so scary.
It was.
Yes.
I'm so disappointed I didn't get to use my sneak skill. It's never gonna come up ever again, guarantee.
But it did come up, and it was great.
Yeah, but I didn't succeed at anything. It didn't do anything.
Well, I mean, you got to the thing first. There was just also another plan happening.
Yeah.
Okay, you come to an indoor space. It is ornate. You are coming into the landing of stairs. And as you step out from the door onto this landing, Jonathan, when you stepped through first, always the first through the door.
Of course. I mean, it's the most important one, right? To gotta
Obviously.
make sure
You stepped through, and the thing that struck you the most when you stepped through is the fact that there is no pursuing oblivion here. Behind
Oh,
you
thank Christ.
is more stairs that wind up, and below you are more stairs that wind down. You look down and see it just continues to go down. You look up and it continues to go up. And there's no oblivion approaching. There's no beast on this, coming from any direction. There's no pursuit per se happening as you step through. The door also disappears when you step through, reappears as one after the other. Rick, Betty, Greer, and Donna make their way through.
I would just shout, "Hello!" As soon as I.
You're
That was
already thinking.
beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah, there's really no need for me to do anything else because that's what happens. And as you all gather here on these stairs, you do hear from below you this kind of, you don't see the oblivion, you don't see the beast, but you hear heavy footsteps coming up the stairs. It's very hard to tell how far down that might be because it's just these ornate, fancy light bounces off things in such weird ways in here, all the way down, all the way up. But you think that's coming from below you, and alongside the sound of the footsteps, there's this kind of other sound of something like dragging up the stairs with the feet, kind of like shkunk, shkunk, up the stairs alongside the footsteps. Yes, and there are
Do we
no
think that's
doors in
bad?
sight.
Should we? Do we think that's bad and we should maybe walk upstairs away from it, or do you think it's our ticket out of here?
I mean,
Think
everything
we
so
need
far has
to-
been bad, so. I mean, this place is
Yes.
real nice, though. I'm not a big fan of the stairs. I haven't really had much cardio lately, so. Oof. But, maybe going up is a good idea.
Well, let's take a moment and pause and assess what we know about the situation that we're in order to make an effective decision. Because so far we have been forced to move quickly away from the thing, the beast, if you will. And in this
I will
situation,
not.
okay,
It's
underpants.
ridiculous.
It appears that there is perhaps something coming, but it is not immediately apparent that we are going to be oblivioned. So let's take a minute and see what we know. Let's combine our knowledge and see if we can work out an effective course of action that isn't just spending the rest of our lives running from door to door through, the descending circles of hell or wherever we are.
Well, I can tell you that the beast is illusory, and that not everyone can see it like we can see it. I can
Mhm.
also tell you that it can possess people's bodies because it possessed a body and spoke to me in the last room we were in. And she bled out of her face. And she knew my name.
Sounds bad.
And it was. And I would like to not be near that anymore because it was horrifying.
Reasonable. Well, I know that it accelerates if you fear it. So the less fear we have towards it, the weaker it is. Now, that isn't necessarily going to stop it, but it might slow it down.
I fear
Like-
it more than ever.
Well, okay. I don't know how to make you fear it
knows
less.
me now. It said my name, and I feel like it's coming for me specifically.
Well, that means the rest of us are safe, so all of the rest of us should fear it less.
Oh no,
I mean,
what a
I'm-
shame.
I'm
Yeah.
not afraid at all. This is the most fun I've had in years. This is a real exciting adventure. I'm having a great time. Went shopping, met some new
You are a delight.
friends.
Jonathan is
Mhm.
just going to
Great.
look at you with disgust.
I'm not
Just
talking
like,
to Jonathan.
Ugh.
I like
Nobody is.
looped my arm with Ricky.
I hate playing such a hateable character.
And you're playing him beautifully.
Great.
I also know that it is unstoppable in its pursuit, but it could be outwitted or outmaneuvered, which is why I want us to put our heads together, because if we just keep fleeing, that's going to be us for the rest of however long this game plays out.
What is the
I
end
feel like
game?
there's a voice in the sky that's deciding this. So
If it's unstoppable, then how do we defeat it other than fleeing to somewhere that's safe?
well, there's a lot of things that are unstoppable that you can, like a waterfall is unstoppable, but you can go around it. You can, like, there's different ways to negotiate a problem rather than just butting up against a brick wall. This is a metaphorical brick wall, but that doesn't mean that it's the only solution is run away from it.
I mean, I can't think of anything else, honestly. Running away seems like the only thing I can think of personally, so...
I mean,
And
I
everyone
figured
else seems to be silent. Sorry, you
out,
go.
I figured out 3 things. 1, this place is creepy. 2,
Mhm.
I've got a musket and a sword. 3, I don't know how to shoot a musket.
I do.
Anybody?
I do.
Of course. How could I have been so foolish? Of course you do.
Right. Has shunk thunk noise whoop whoop got closer, Elise? Sorry.
It is again very hard to gauge the distance of things because of the kind of echoey nature of sound in this thing. If you stop and listen hard, again, like it's coming upstairs, so logically it has to be getting closer. How close it actually is now, you might need to, do something else to kind of ascertain. But you don't have the sense that it's like right on the next
No
flight of
doors.
stairs.
Windows?
Yes, windows. There's light, bright sunlight coming in from kind of like frosted glass windows, like designed glass. So it's not, you can't see super clearly out the windows, but you get a lot of light coming in, and it adds to that effect of like how hard it is to gauge distance and space. And in here is a lot of that light is like very bright but very diffused because of the kind of frosted glass
Effect
situation
on the glass.
Yeah.
Donna, could you rock star smash a window with one of your stilettos so we can look out, see how high up we are, and if there's
Oh,
a
yeah.
convenient slide outside that might take us a different way?
I can absolutely smash a window. I have expertise in smashing stuff.
Smashing stuff. I bet you've trashed
Smashing
hotel
stuff,
rooms
yeah.
in your day,
I
right?
have. There are rumors. Some are true, some are not so true. But yeah, and I
It's the
can take
nature of
off
rumors.
a stiletto boot and just whack it in the center of a glass pane,
Mhm.
like the break glass in case of emergency sort of
Yeah.
spiky hammers straight through the center of a glass window.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll for this. This glass is fairly thick because it is both in your favor and against you that it is old glass. Because old in the sense it hasn't been like tempered with modern technology to make it stronger against and shatterproof, but against you in the sense that like it is thicker in its attempt to kind of be enduring. And so it will take a good amount of force to break it. So I will roll 2d10. What does Donna's definitely, I 100% buy that your rocker background gives you proficiency in smashing glass. I will also give you that you are using a tool for smashing glass. So you can add 2 to your roll, rolling with your stiletto.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I think that you won. That's a 3 versus a 9. So I think we'll say Donna smashes the window real good. Yeah, Donna, you not only
She sort of
smash the window,
sniffs a bit and like puts her boot back on.
yeah. You not only
Shrugs a bit.
smash the window real good, you get some glass that is like nicely shiv shaped and positioned that if you wanted to construct a shiv, you could. So we'll
She's
just
totally doing that.
Yeah.
Maybe with a nice stained glass bit, if she can find a nice stained glass
Yeah,
bit,
sure.
so
Why
that
not?
it's sort of, maybe blue, because that would like
Mhm.
coordinate with her top
Yeah,
with
love
a
it.
blue leopard print. Nice.
Love it. You now have a stained glass shiv.
Nice.
And yeah, you peek out the window. You are very high up. There is no convenient slide, alas, that would get you to the ground on the outside of the building. You are very high up, and the tower that you are in seems to just continue going up. It's kind of you can see quite a distance. Like it has a fairly wide circumference. So like when you look around, like you can see it curving around, but you can't like see like the full curve of it, if that makes sense. I mean, I guess it's round, so you never could, because that's how round things work when
Is
you're
it?
poking it out of it. But it
Can we see the
looks
top or the bottom?
yeah, you can see the top as you look. You can't see the bottom, mainly because there are clouds between you and the ground. So you have no idea what is happening as you go down. But as you look up, you can see that there is a roof above you, quite a ways up. It would take hours of climbing stairs to get all the way up there.
Not doing that. We don't want to do the cardio, do we, Betty? That's just a waste of
Not
energy.
particularly, but I mean, it might be the only way. It's either that or beat the shit out of this robe, this thing that's
I
following
don't think
us.
that's going to go well. We got to be able to outthink it.
Should
We
I
could-
go down and
we
try
could-
to meet it? Sorry.
We could
Yes.
use you as bait. I'm
Why don't you run up the stairs? The rest of us hide. It chases you. We leave.
I also would like to leave. Thank you.
Well, as we find the exit, we'll yell at it, and you can then dash around it and come down.
What if I try and I'm gonna lean over the railing and see
Yeah.
if I can see just like lean over and look to see if I can see the beast or whatever it is that's making that noise.
Yeah, you lean over and look. From a casual glance, you cannot see it. We'll say if you want to like take a risk of like really
do.
kind of like leaning out, yeah, then you can roll for this. This will take some sort of act of athletics to kind of like properly position yourself in such a way where you can get a better view without the light, the kind of weird refraction.
I mean, I'm
of
a
the light.
bird watcher. I regularly climb trees to get the best view of birds. You
Mhm.
know, you got to get into
Mhm.
trees and hang from limbs to look
Mhm.
at the right
You do
one.
also
So
have
creepy.
binoculars.
So creepy.
I
And
do
we
also
still
have
have-
binoculars.
and we
That's
still have
exactly
the
how
rope.
bird watching works. Yes, you go
Oh, yeah,
up
we
the
still-
tree.
I have a
You go
harness
up
and
the
a
tree.
rope if you want to like dangle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
I-
Yeah.
That's determined.
So between all of the
Can we
equipment,
harness up Dr. Underpants and dangle him off the staircase with his
you absolutely
binoculars?
can. You harness up Dr. Underpants. You get the rope wrapped up real good. You make sure that it's secured to
I
something
just keep saying, I just wanted to lean to look.
pretty good and solid. And yeah, you can now kind of lean farther, and your friends question mark can help by lowering you a bit and giving you a much better angle where the light and glare is not kind of forcing your eye in tricks of the light away from the staircase. So let's go ahead and roll. We'll say what you got. Your bird watching, we'll count it. So your base D10, your bird watching, and then any skill that's
Do I
appropriate.
get watch?
Yeah, watch
because
is
I'm
good.
trying to look.
And you also do get to add some for using proper tools here. So we'll say you can add 3 because between the rope and the binoculars and everything,
I can add like a +3 to my final roll.
+3 to your roll.
Okay. So I get 3d10.
Yes. You are directly trying to observe the beast.
24.
So, yes, very nice.
Sorry.
You are rolling against the beast right now. Have you engaged in any of its weaknesses to do this roll?
I'm totally not afraid of it because right now I'm afraid of falling to my death. That fear overtakes.
Definitely being brave, and I think we're trying to outwit it by like, let's have a look at it. Let's work out what we're playing with.
Okay, all right. I'll give you D10s for this. All right. It will contest with 3 because it is hard to notice. Yeah, 16 against your 24. You are successful in finding, kind of pinpointing its location. You see an interesting effect happening. One of the reasons it was so hard to pinpoint where it was and why you couldn't simply look over the banister down into the stairwell is because the oblivion effect is occurring with this creature, but it's occurring in such a way where now the illusory effect of it is visible to you as well, because from one angle you can see oblivion, and when you kind of get the other way, it's like paper thin. So when you get to the other side of it, it like disappears and you can see the like do you see what I'm saying? Like it's like
I do, but I'm
a
does
2D
the music.
effect.
Do you have music on
Yes.
or sounds? Is
Music.
there's just I hear nothing except every once in a while I hear what sounds like a short circuit, and I only hear it in my right ear, and every time I'm just like, shit. And it's just
Oh no.
it just happened again, and so I was just like, is my house gonna burn down? Like
It is.
It's fine. I'm
It's
sorry.
possible that's from the thing. If you would like me to switch it, I can pick a different random song from my queue here.
Yes. Because it startled me twice, and I'm just
Yeah.
like,
Okay, well, thank you for telling me, and we'll go with existential dread again because why not? Seems right.
okay,
You're
so
a-
so I can see the oblivion depending
Yes.
on kind of
the effect of the oblivion. This kind of like you do. I want to be clear here that like in the sense that it is illusory, it is not completely without like harm. It's not that it has no potential to do harm to you. You don't get a good feeling about letting this blackness like overtake you just because it is
Sure.
2D, or like it's all about the illusion of it being everywhere when it is in fact not everywhere. Is a fear effect because it feeds off of fear, which you now know about it. But
Yeah.
that you don't think that means that it's safe to just walk straight through the oblivion when this thing is actively pursuing you. But it does mean you can get behind it without, because there are ways around that, especially because what you're noticing is as it's going up these stairs, whatever effect this place is having, unlike before where it was stretching from as far as the eye could see to as far as the eye could see, the oblivion effect is also limited to just on the stairs. So as it passes up, it is on the stairs, but it is not it does not cut across the whole tower. It is just
Okay.
on the part of the stairs that it's
And is
on.
it just on the part of the stairs where the beast is?
Yes.
Like the lower
directly
stairs
behind
are
the
not.
stairs. And you can see the lower stairs under it.
So I have a feeling that we could go behind it and it might be okay.
You could probably get behind it. You do remember that in the past when you have moved laterally, it has moved with you, so you get the sense that it is in some way preternaturally like aware of where you are and could turn with you. But you've also drawn its attention in a very specific way. And so this does ring a bell to Greer's plan that like you seem to be a particularly useful distraction if that is a way that you wanted to try and get people behind it.
Like I'm gonna use myself.
Yeah, no,
as
that's
a
just like that's
distraction.
an insight Dr. Jonathan Banks has, and not
Yeah, but-
necessarily one that he has to communicate. Just saying.
Yeah.
Right.
So as we haul you up, what do you tell us from your dangling over the edge adventures?
So it is the creature coming up the stairs. The oblivion is sort of there and not there in an illusory way. And it also is very focused and just behind where it is. So we could possibly go down and around and behind it. But remember also from before that it does seem to always know where we are, so it might also just turn around. But I don't know if we want to take turns rappelling down the stairs to get behind it, or
I mean, if we have to choose between running up the stairs and running down, I'd rather run down.
well, we can't run down the
even-
stairs because we'll run into it. We have to go down the hole in between.
Right. But even if you said it might turn around and chase us again, but if we're behind it, then it'll be chasing us down the stairs. So either way, it's a plus.
Sure, I see what you're saying.
Right.
Do we? Sorry. Do we know that the thing is particularly focused on Dr. Underpants?
Yeah, I shared it.
Okay.
It knows his name.
Greer would say, so we want to get some people behind it, and in order to make it turn around, that means we're going to have people on either side of it. So we'll repel some people down through the middle, as Dr. Underpants said, and then have some people behind it, and then it may turn in pursuit of them, and then there's still people behind it. So it will be then kind of...
Trapped.
Thank you. Absolutely. So if we ensure that there are armed combatants on either side, then it will be pinched. Right?
How do I get arms for combat?
You have 2 of them. They're attached to you. I'm
You
sure
absolute...
you'll be fine with that.
Because Betty, you've got your club.
Yeah.
Did Dr. Underpants get a good view of the actual beast when he was hanging down with his binoculars? Did you see it? Did you see the beast?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
saw basically the same thing that you have seen before, is this kind of like vaguely humanoid, large, hulking shape that is cloaked in black. No actual features or anything discernible. But I will say, having heard in particular this like noise of something else being dragged up the stairs, and with the success that you had, Jonathan would have clocked also some sort of staff or weapon in its hand that it is just dragging behind it. It does not seem interested in holding it aloft. It is just merely dragging it up the stairs as it pursues.
So Donna is getting all those scraps of fabric and that needle, and she's starting to try and assemble all those bits of fabric into a giant bag that, like a big bag that you can throw, because we're coming at it from behind, that you could throw over its head and then pull tight.
Okay.
So I would suggest that Rick, you rappel down because you're a climber, and you would take Donna and Betty with you, with the best opportunity for keeping them safe. And Dr. Underpants and I will stay here to keep its attention coming up the stairs because it seems attracted to him. And
Who isn't?
he doesn't... I'm, well,
No.
not.
I don't know.
And it's not fair to leave him by himself, so I will stay with him. So then if it turns around, I can either, if Rick, if you'd be willing to give up your musket, I could musket it in the back. Otherwise, I acquired this handy knife, so it could get knifed in the back.
What if we tripped it
Thoughts?
over? Like, what if we tried to push it over the edge?
How high
mean,
is
it
the...
seems-
We don't even know if it's affected by objects here.
I mean, it's
Like, I've seen
holding
the-
something. We can hear what it's holding, right? It must have some sort of form, like a physical form. So if we can somehow, like, trip it over the banister and it falls down, then maybe, I mean, that could be something. We don't even know how long this thing goes for. It could just go forever. It could just be falling and falling and falling.
Indeed. Dr. Underpants, any additional suggestions? You seem like an intelligent man.
You.
I like that idea, Betty. I think if we can bag over its head and get it to the edge and get it over.
Bag over its head, the rope that we have, we could then tie across the banister and hold across, and as it walks down, it trips over it.
Right, and I got all these toys, see? And I pull out the toys that I got before, and they're all like jumping around and like they could roll down the stairs and
Hazards.
yeah,
Perfect.
Oh, did you get Lego?
probably not.
We're gonna defeat the beast with Lego.
Yeah,
We already got too
steps
much
on it, he's like,
Lego.
oh shit!
Beast doesn't stand a chance.
No.
The only hesitation I would have about the rope is you are rappelling down on the rope, so the rope will be tied up here. So we'll have to untie it from up here, you'll pull it down, and then we have no way to get down if it stays between us and you.
That's
You
fair.
can walk down the stairs.
If the thing stays between us and you, then the thing is still between us and you
Oh yeah.
on the
Sorry.
stairs. No, you're good. We gotta work this all out. This is 5 brains are better than 1 brains. I think Betty's knickknacks are the additionally good solution. Whoop.
Is that like Debbie out? Whoop!
Yeah.
Whoop.
Whoop. It's in my head and I'm picturing the doors and the noise is it's such joy. I can't stop. I'm sorry.
So, okay, so it's rappel down, bag overhead, toys on the floor, trip, push over the banister.
Courage all the way. Yes.
Okay,
There's a
Right.
plan.
Let's do
Rick,
it.
do you want your musket
I-
or do you want my knife? Or
I'd take a
I have a
knife.
sword.
yeah, you do.
That's not a
I'd-
knife.
I'd-
This is a knife.
I'd take a knife. If
Okay.
we're handing out weapons.
Okay.
I've never
I'm
used one
gonna
before, but
I'm gonna give Donna the knife and take the shiv off Donna and give that to Dr. Underpants because I trust Donna more than I trust Dr. Underpants.
is it just like a toothbrush that's been
No, it's a bit of broken glass.
Of course,
It's a big it's a big shard of blue stained glass.
Nice.
It's lovely.
And I will happily take Rick's musket if Rick doesn't want Rick's musket.
Yes, go ahead.
I think we've got a plan.
All right.
Yeah, and maybe I can try to converse with the beast since I've spoken to it once before.
Sure.
How did
if
that
that's
go
something
last
you want
time?
to try? No,
From here.
don't ask.
From
Good.
here with Greer, of course. Just from
Uh-huh.
afar. Maybe I can get into its mind.
Okay. I don't want to be in its mind, but you do you, Dr. Underpants.
But that's how you can find its downfall sometimes. Everybody always has a weakness.
I love the little
Oh.
sometimes on the end. It's very funny. Sometimes.
All right, so Rick, you are rappelling down. Are you doing this like when you say take Betty and Donna with you, or is this like you go down with Betty and then come back up and get Donna and take them each one at a time down?
Yeah, that was something that I wasn't entirely clear about. Is obviously getting behind it would be interesting to see what happens. But otherwise, what is Rick and the others doing?
Toys on the floor, tripping it up. Over the banister. Bag over the head.
Yeah.
But what's
So the
happening
toys are with-
behind? I'm confused.
Us.
The
So
toy.
we're
Okay,
behind.
so the toys.
So we're behind it, and the Oblivion
Right.
is. So, on what side is the Oblivion? Is the Oblivion behind the beast or in front of the beast?
Yeah.
It's behind
Behind.
it, but you got the sense from the way that Jonathan described what
it's
was that
like-
it's one directional.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going behind that,
Mhm.
and if it turns and puts the Oblivion back between us, then it is. Then Underpants and Greer are on the other side. So whichever way it turns, people are
Yeah.
There's
behind
gonna be
us.
someone
We
behind
have to
it.
try and trip it and disable it.
That,
from
okay,
behind.
got it.
And then
Got
we've got stabby stuff and toys and ropes.
Because
What could go
because
wrong?
we're going
What
to be
could
in
go-
close contact. The other guys are going to have the toys so that they can throw it from a distance, and that's going to trip them up. Because we can
Okay.
just like take out its kneecaps if we wanted to trip
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
So, Rick.
Yeah, so that ties back into the question that you were just asking Elise of how does that happen?
So Donna's quite happy with this plan because she spent a good 20 years being hoiked up on ropes and all sorts of things to go swinging out across the crowds in these giant stadiums. So
Yes.
she's ready for this. She's just sort of unloosed the belt on the top of her spandex trousers and tied the rope on it. She's literally just going to slide down this rope. She's not particularly stressed about this at all. Stiletto boots first and a cigarette in the corner of her mouth. So
Okay.
yeah.
So Donna's gone first. This is fun.
Yeah, well, Donna's not quite sure about all these harnesses and things like that. You know, we didn't have that back in the day. 1983, there was no sort of health and safety.
True.
You just held onto the rope.
Guess that means you're going first then.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
could go first if you want to. You've got a harness, but she wouldn't. She would just literally slide down the rope or climb. You know.
True.
All right. Well, I mean, it's a fairly simple operation with the harness. If you can
Yeah.
hook the rope up properly and let yourself down slowly in a way that I think Rick would be quite familiar with. And Donna,
Yeah.
and I think once Rick kind of gets it set up down further so that you wouldn't just go phew like right past, then maybe your plan will work quite nicely. So Rick, let's go ahead and see Rick's second rock climbing attempt. This will be
This went great the first time.
yeah, this will be a fairly easy one. So you get at least 2d10 for this. I think that we determined before 2d10 is what you get for rock climbing things. So, but having forgotten to do this before, maybe it would have made an impact, and I'm sorry if it would have. But you do have the proper equipment as well, so you can take a +2 to this roll.
Right. Here.
Got a beat an 8. And you do.
Nine plus stuff.
With
But
a
yes.
9, but then also +2, so 11. Yeah, and so you are able to kind of slowly. You do have to lower yourself past the beast as you
Right.
do this. So you get a full eyeful of it and watch as it just kind of eyes forward in that same mindless, unstoppable kind of pursuit that it has of just like up the stairs, ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk. How's Rick doing for being scared of it in terms of watching it just kind of pursue up the stairs?
Probably not doing great just seeing it like that going up the stairs.
Okay. All right. Duly noted. Yeah, you get down to the bottom. You're able to secure kind of the other side of the rope. So now for both Donna and Betty, there's kind of a very simple like slide mechanic now to get from where you are up to down to where Rick is. And he can additionally kind of receive, stand and able to catch so that if the landing is easier to stick. So we'll say no problem for Donna. How's Betty feeling going down the...
Not great. She'll be probably screaming the whole time.
Okay.
I hope we weren't trying to be quiet. I'm sure it knows we're here. It's fine.
Yeah. So, and Donna, you also, as you pass the beast, same question as I gave Joel. How's Donna doing in terms of her fear of the beast?
I think Donna's stared into the beast before and was scared of the beast. She is less scared than she was then. She feels that there's a bit of a plan and it's all action, and she knows that the beast has become taken with Dr. Underpants, and that Dr. Underpants at the top of she feels safer than she did before because the beast's
Yeah.
after Dr. Underpants and she's not with Dr. Underpants, so she is definitely safer than she was previously. I think Donna's almost more scared of Dr. Underpants now than she is of the beast.
Fair. Yeah, and I think
Good
that there's
plan,
also
yeah.
something about like you witness the kind of illusory nature of the oblivion that you didn't like. You see it kind of disappear from your vision as you go around it, and I think that's a little relieving because it was scary to see before, right? When you stared straight at it and its full fear effect bearing down on you.
And it's not everywhere anymore. It's
right.
It's contained.
And seeing that, it's
seems
like
less
it's show business,
all
right?
encompassing.
Yeah, smoke and
Yeah.
mirrors. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. And Betty, how's Betty holding up in terms of fear from the beast?
She's not afraid at all of the actual
Okay.
beast. I think right now she's just afraid of dropping. But she's having a great time. This is so exciting.
Great. I love it. All right. Yeah, Rick, Donna, and Betty are down behind the beast now, leaving Jonathan and Greer above it. You probably have maybe 2 flights of stairs down and 2 flights of stairs up, and it is going up. So that's the distance between you and it. So Donna, well, I mean, I guess Rick, Donna, and Betty could have gone a little closer to it than that if they wanted, so that they don't have to catch up so badly. So you
Okay.
are behind it now.
And we can't. There's no oblivion from this side. We just see the beast, and then it's like
Correct.
clear. We don't see anything.
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, Donna, you get the bag. I'll take out his kneecaps.
Okay.
Who's dropping the toys?
You guys have the toys because it's like throwing it down the stairs is
Perfect. So as it
Okay.
stumbles.
yeah.
Got it.
So I go to. Yep, I've got this big bag, so I'm going to do a running jump, like a stage diving
Uh-huh.
sort of jump with this bag, aiming for the head of this beast.
Okay. I would say we're definitely engaging its weakness of its kind of like straightforward like mindless pursuit, because it is not looking at you. So that's for sure a downgrade of dice. Engaging the fact that it is fear-based, Donna's not really scared of it the way that she was before. She is not feeding into its stronger with more fear thing. Any other weaknesses of the beast you say you are engaging
Well,
here?
That we're not approaching it head on, so that we are.
Yeah, that was
Unless
number
that's
one.
the same as unstoppable pursuit, that we are not trying to engage it head on. We're
Yes,
trying
I think that's the first one
Is
that
that
I.
the first one? Yep.
Yeah.
the only other weakness that we're
Maybe that
aware
you're not
of.
tricked
Yeah.
by the
Yeah,
illusory
I-
thing.
Yeah,
the
the
illusion.
Honestly,
Yeah.
like, yeah, the fact that
We-
you've gotten behind it and it can't use the illusion on you, I'd say like that has to be. So you have downgraded it to D8s. So you are coming at it from behind. It's going to roll 2d8 against your d10s. What are you? You've you base d10. We'll take the rocker stage dive as
And it's
your
a very
background.
well crafted bag. It's a beautifully crafted bag.
I'm
I
helping.
have-
I'm taking out his kneecaps.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Okay, well, we're gonna have
it-
Monty. We'll have you roll Betty's attack separately.
Oh.
Donna,
okay,
I'll
I thought I
say
was,
your
like,
very
shooting
well
something.
crafted bag. Instead of giving you the craft skill, because that was the crafting of the bag, we'll give you a +3 to your roll for the well crafted
so
bag.
2d10 plus 3.
2d10 plus 3 against its 2d8.
Okay.
You have to beat the 5, and that is that 13
So,
your
13 plus 3, plus 2,
Six-
so that's 15.
15.
Or
Yeah.
16. So.
Yeah, whichever one it is. Easy, no problem. You get the bag over the head of this thing. Meanwhile, Betty is going for the knees. Let's hear it. You are. Do you have a relevant skill?
I've got sneak. I'm coming in all sneaky like.
Oh, you've got children. You've had to catch children, like
Yeah.
getting into cupboards, climbing up the outside of the staircase.
Yeah, exactly.
that
I'm
like-
pretty.
Is that
Pretty
the
nimble.
same as like using like a bat to club someone's knees? Is that the same skill?
Yeah. Yeah, I've got kids. It's totally the same skill.
Interesting.
That's swatting. Yeah, it's the same. Totally.
Believe Em would know.
yeah.
Yeah.
Source.
My
Trust
children
me,
all
I've
limp.
heard.
Yeah, because there is like a strike skill. So really, realistically, if you had strike, I would buy this.
Yeah, I do have sneak though.
Okay. You're not really trying to hide this. This is about the attack. I think this is the equivalent
Yeah.
of an attack roll, which is not the same as hiding or stealthing up on it or anything. So
Do you cook, Betty? Betty, do you
Yes,
cook?
I
Do
do.
you
Yeah.
do you tenderize meat?
Of course. What are you asking that for? Of course I tenderize my meat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I meat
Yeah.
Tenderize
whatever
his
it's
You
called.
can have it. Take your 2d10.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
your bat is a +3 weapon. So
Hell yeah. Well, I got a 5 plus the
Plus 3
plus
is
3 is
8.
8. It's gonna
Eight.
roll.
Eight.
Or is the beast rolling d8s because of all the other
The
things
beast
that
is
were
rolling
right for
d8s. It is fairly resistant to attacks, so we will
Yeah.
roll 2d8. That's a 9
Damn.
from the beast.
No.
So, Betty, you come in to club this thing's knees as Donna pulls the bag over the head. The bag goes over the head, but as you go in to club the knees, it reaches out. You screamed on your way down as you
Yep.
said yourself. It's aware that you're here. It reaches out and catches you with a backhand across the
Ooh.
face, and you are going to take an injury from this. Have you been injured yet in the game?
No.
Okay, so you're
No.
going to roll your endure. Do you have endure?
No.
I will absolutely give you that, being the mother of 4 boys, you have been
Yeah.
elbowed and smacked, and unintentionally, I'm not saying your sons are abusing you.
No.
But like in the way that kids are just
Mm.
flailing all the time, you can have an extra d10 from that. And we will roll it against the 1d10 of your injury.
Okay, so 2d10.
Oh, you have to beat a 1, so you're guaranteed to do it.
I got a 9.
All right.
Yay!
Yes. So that means that you are not injured in such a way that you are now at the mercy of the beast. So you are resilient and do not take kind of a injury that would put you at the beast's mercy. It now has the bag over its head. It does stagger a bit at the bag over the head and the attempted attack. The bag over the head seems to be affecting it. It doesn't necessarily rely on vision to know where you are, but it does seem disoriented by its now having that cut off. From above, what are Greer? Was Rick doing anything to contribute on this part?
Yeah, I was going to say, immediately after Betty goes in with a club, Rick would probably go in with a swing of the sword. He's not good at that. Pretty much just a strike roll.
Okay, yeah. Do you have strike?
No.
Okay, the sword's going to give you a +4. It's a good weapon. So go ahead and roll your 1d10 +4 against its 2d8.
Oh.
Nice.
So
You got a critical 10. Good job. So
Nice.
14 total against it rolled 8. Though good job. Yeah, you come in and manage to land this attack on it. As you do so, you kind of cut in, and you see that like the material that is surrounding it is fully cut. It is material. This thing is not. It is affected by the weapons that you've picked up and things like that. And it kind of staggers a bit and misses its counterattack against you, which it does try to take. And now, seeing that it is being attacked by weaponry at this point, it does hoist its weapon and pick up its pace, but it is staggering as it does this because it cannot fully see. So from above, what are Greer and Jonathan Banks? It is single-minded in its pursuit of Jonathan still, despite being attacked from behind.
If we were told to knickknacks on the stairs,
Yeah.
then we are gonna knickknacks on the stairs.
Perfect. Yeah, I don't think that involves a roll. It doesn't really have an uncertain outcome. You kind of toss the knickknacks down the stairs. I guess the uncertainty here is whether or not it manages to like step on and trip it, right? So I think we do roll for this. What would the skill associated with it feels like kind of
Would it just be a luck roll?
It's kind of
'Cause it doesn't
luck
seem-
based, like whether or not it's gonna
Yeah. It doesn't seem to be
I would take
skill
though
on either side.
Is Greer the one releasing the stuff?
Well, it can be if Dr. Underpants Jonathan didn't have anything that Jonathan wanted to do, but if Jonathan's happy to knickknacks down the stairs, then Greer will. What's the gun called? Musket.
Musket.
Musket the
Shoot
thing in
it.
the face. Hmm.
Okay. Yeah, let's just have it be like with no potential damage dealt to Jonathan from this. A contested D10. Um and it will roll. I think it will still roll D8 because it does roll downgraded. But it's working against your weakness, so you also roll a D8. So it's just D8s. So
Come on,
1d8
Rachel.
each.
Don't roll like Rachel.
It rolled a 3.
7.
Yes!
Good job, Rachel. Yes,
did
you
it.
managed
You
to
did it!
get these little souvenir tchotchkes that Betty had previously purchased under its feet. It is now off balance, off kilter, swaying as it can't quite get its footing. Has the bag over the head. Greer, you want to take your shot?
The shot with the musket. I have shoot as a thing. So
Okay,
2.
2d10 plus the musket is a +4 weapon as well.
Oh. Joel found good weapons.
6.
14
Oh yeah.
plus
4. So 18 against its 6. You guys have effectively continued to whittle it down. Yeah, this musket shot, we'll say, as this musket shot lands center of the chest, an expert shot from survivalist Greer Bills, it does rear backwards, the bag over its head, effectively cutting off its ability to see where it could land its feet, or hold on to anything to stop it. And per Betty's plan, it falls over the banister and down, begins to tumble. You see, in the most bizarre way possible, like very low budget CGI, it's like the Oblivion effect. Like every time it like rotates in your vision, it like flashes into existence and flashes out of existence again. As this thing kind of spins and falls down these stairs away from you. You have defeated the beast. Well done.
Yay!
Yeah. So you're now reunited in the middle between you, because your party is now kind of facing each other, coming up the stairs and down the stairs. In the middle between you, a door appears. And this time there is no beast coming at you. For those of you below the door, it seems to be facing you, and for those of you above it, it seems to be facing you. That kind of wonky space-time of what the hell is this?
I immediately move towards the door.
Of course you do. Okay. Do you go through the door?
Yes.
All
I don't
right.
even say words to
Yeah.
anybody else. I just
Jonathan-
go
Okay,
to the door.
that's
Through
fine.
the door. Jonathan, Rachel, you tell me. Where does Jonathan find himself in the afterlife as he steps through this door, having...
We're dead?
You're dead. Hello, welcome to the Sixth
Yeah.
Sense. You've been processed through, the paperwork has happened. The kind of pursuing avatar of death that has been attempting to get you to your proper place. You have effectively opened up a door here, and I'm asking in the sense that there is a desire in this place for things to be fitted in their order. And in the sense that you all were brought here, you remember Gina didn't go through, or at least not to your knowledge. If we were to have all of this kind of background of Gina, you might have found out that she did go through the river, right? But people who make it through the river the normal way forget a lot about their lives. It's a river of forgetfulness, right? As exists in many lores of the underworld. And there are so many things about the way that you traversed here that was wrong. And the way that you got here, if you remember, was this kind of dreamlike remembrance of the thing that spurs you with the most fear and guilt in your life. Do you think Jonathan has overcome any of that or not?
Not even a little bit.
Yeah, I think Jonathan steps through the door and closes it behind him, and enters into another
It's not going to
place.
be good. Yeah.
Yeah, and turns around.
I
and
have
sees...
ideas, but if you have something too,
Oh no,
that's
you
fine.
tell
I
me
can
then.
be quiet.
You tell me.
My thought was that he is going to be surrounded by and I don't know exactly how this is, but he's going to be surrounded by very attractive women
Okay.
that are smarter than him
Uh-huh.
and disinterested in him,
Yes.
and just talk down to him
Yeah.
all the time about the things he doesn't know.
Yes.
Yep.
Mm.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, Debbie, to your point.
So he's
in
gonna
chat-
walk in. He's gonna walk in and he's gonna see just tons of beautiful women, and it's gonna just be like, oh, I made it to heaven. And just like so happy. And then he's just gonna move up to talk to somebody, and they look at him with such disdain. And they like talk about something so academically above his head that he thinks that he's so smart, and he's just
Beautiful.
like, what? And just shrivels a bit. Anyway, sorry, I know Debbie said
you're
we
good.
something
Yeah.
in the chat. So
Well, I was gonna say to Debbie's point in chat, you know, the defeating of this avatar of death, it is, as you kind of look at your companions, Jonathan has just straight through the door. The door changes when Jonathan goes through it. And Betty, the door, you can hear the call of a beach behind it. There is no wailing child. And if you choose to go through this door, there is a moment that Jonathan did not get, where Betty can choose that path to the beach or a path back to her house in her home with her 4 sons.
she's not dead. Sorry, I'm
Yeah,
dead.
I'm not dead. I think this is exactly what Betty needed. Betty has a purse in her car. She's okay. Packed in her car right now is her purse full of. It's got a one-way ticket to the Caribbean and just a packet full of silicone-free condoms. Like she so desperately wanted to leave her life. She hated everything. She was so bored and so unhappy. And this was exactly what she needed. That is so completely out of her system. She's had so much fun, massive adventure. She's so happy to go home with her boys and her husband, who she absolutely adores, and just live again and just be happy. So yeah, she's gonna go back home.
Okay. Yeah, as Betty disappears through the door, it closes, and Rick, the door looks just like the hospital storeroom. You know that this door is your door now. And as you step through it, you do again. You see a choice ahead of you. You see one door that leads to the ER, where you kind of get the sense that maybe you actually are, and one door that leads to that desk, where you just get to zone out, put your headphones on, get into the zone, and ignore the world around you and kind of chase that feeling of escapism. Which way does Rick go?
I think Rick heads toward the ER.
Okay. Yeah. As Rick goes through the door, Donna, the door looks a little bit like it has the same color of the curtains that you used to, you know, part to come out onto the stage, and you can hear the roar of the crowd. And you, when you go through the door, you kind of again you have that path, and in one direction, Rachel. You have in one direction the roaring crowd yelling for you, calling your name, and in the other, you know, a life that is a little less glamorous, a home that's a little more, you know, washed up, you might say, and some people that you feel like maybe you owe a little bit to, waiting for you on the other side. And which way do you go?
Donna walks out onto the stage and takes the applause.
Yep.
She has loved the reinvigoration of her career, and as far as she's concerned, sliding down that zip wire with her stiletto boots on and a cigarette hanging outside, she's still got it. So she walks straight out onto the stage,
Beautiful.
into the spotlight.
All right. And Greer, as the door closes, it looks like a new door, kind of just the markings of kind of a door to a Michelin star restaurant that you have absolutely eaten at before, and that you love. And as you step through, I feel like this music is like way too right now. I should have had one last cue up music. As you step through, you kind of see to one side like the Siberian wilderness spread out before you, yours to explore forever with no interruption. And on the other side, you see the reality of, the Twitter feeds and the paparazzi cameras and the memories of those stomach pains that came from making yourself and your crew so sick that one time, and the one, that person whose face is ingrained, the sister of the person who died, like waiting for you, accusing you, on the other side of that. And which way does Greer go?
I think he's rediscovered his courage and realized that it's more than just like, oh, I can go and deal with the bear, and actually like going back and facing the sister of the person who died is the brave and right thing to do. And you know what, Siberia is going to be there probably,
Fair enough.
and climate change
Maybe.
is going to make it a more exciting survival challenge perhaps. So he's going to go and face the music.
All right. All right. Oh, thank you so much. I know we are 3 minutes over time, so you guys are such troopers for hanging all the way to the very last second. Beautiful wrap ups. I will say, had Jonathan not just like busted his way through the door, there would have been a chance for Jonathan to have a choice, but he sure didn't wait, did he?
Jonathan didn't grow.
Let's go. Because there might have been a
didn't grow.
door
Come
to
on.
his shed that he could have opened. But he didn't grow, and I feel like it's fitting that Jonathan ended
Yeah.
Yeah, he went through every door immediately as soon as he saw
selfishly
it,
just
and nothing made
straight
him
through.
change. So yeah.
Yeah.
Betty also for sure got everybody's numbers except for Jonathan.
Right.
Dr. Underpants!
There will be
Sorry, Dr. Underpants.
when Betty looks up Donna to call her, Donna, there is just no obituary for. There is Donna did choose the stage, all of you, we can, you can write in your own like how you got there, but your near death that turned into actual death experiences for two sure did happen. That was great fun. Thank you so much, players, for hanging out with us. If you're still hanging with us in the audience, thanks for watching. I had a great time. I hope you all had a good time. It was fun to kick off Goataween 2021 with the Beast by Grant Howitt and Christopher Taylor. You can hang out with us on Discord using ! Discord and all the other Twitch commands that we've been through. And starting this upcoming week with other, join the Discord if you want our schedule.
Because I don't want to say it all
Goats of-
again.
Yeah, we've got
I've said
Goats
it
of
once.
Saltmarsh this week. I
Monday,
think.
go to Saltmarsh. Tuesday, Goat's Eye View for Tier
Oh,
1
good
Tree
point.
Isle.
Mhm.
Thursday, Spire.
Woo!
Friday, my one shot that involves a bunch of children. And
Yes.
Saturday, episode 2 of Monster of the Week.
Beautiful. You're the best for doing that for me. And ! Merch. You can check out our merch and support us that way, or use ! KO-FI to support us that way. But more importantly, ! Donate will get you to causes near and dear to our heart that we support and we hope you support too. Currently, Hope for Haiti. Okay, with that, can't wait to see you all for the next episode of Goataween. It was lovely playing with you all, and goodbye, helpful goat audience. We'll see you next time.